In a secluded corner of the vast cosmos, where ancient secrets drift on the whispers of the wind and stars dance to an eternal rhythm, there lies a realm where abundance is not a distant dream, but a living, tangible truth. In this place, desires effortlessly transform into achievements, and wealth flows like crystal-clear rivers through the landscapes of divine consciousness. Imagine a world where every thought turns to gold, and every dream becomes a radiant gem. In this universe of endless possibilities, the secret to true prosperity isn't found in material wealth, but in a profound understanding of abundance as an intrinsic part of your being. Prosperity, a timeless masterpiece by Charles Fillmore, offers the golden key to unlocking the mysteries of this enchanted realm. With language that echoes like celestial music and wisdom drawn from the very heart of the cosmos, Fillmore invites you on a transformative journey to the core of your spiritual riches. As you turn the pages, you'll come to realize that true prosperity is not a surface treasure, but a gift that reveals itself to those willing to explore the deep ocean of consciousness. Get ready to embark on a journey where you'll dissolve the chains of limited thinking, open the golden gates to infinite potential, and claim the inexhaustible wealth that is yours by divine right. So, dear reader, open your heart and mind to Fillmore's teachings. Let his words be a beacon, guiding you toward a radiant horizon where prosperity is not just a possibility, but an inevitable reality. Your adventure toward fulfillment begins now, at the magical crossroads of faith and abundance. Welcome to your new reality. It is perfectly logical to assume that a wise and competent creator would provide for the needs of his creatures at their various stages of growth. The supply would be given as needed, provided the creature made the necessary efforts to appropriate what was destined for it. Temporary needs would be met by temporary elements, mental needs by things of a mental nature, and spiritual needs by spiritual elements. To simplify distribution, everything would be composed of a primary spiritual substance that, under proper direction, could be transformed into all products according to the operator's will. This is a rough but true illustration of the principles underlying how the human family is provided for on this earth. The Father has supplied a universal seed substance that corresponds, with a magical power, to the active spirit of man. Faith in the growing capacity of this seed substance, whether wrapped in visible shells or latent in invisible electric units, always rewards man with the fruits of his labor. The farmer seems to obtain his supply from the seeds he plants, but he would never plant a seed unless he had faith in its innate ability to multiply. And this seed would never multiply without the life-giving force of spirit. In this way, we see that all increase in substance depends on the life-giving force of spirit, and this fact gives us the key to the mental processes that, when used spiritually, will greatly enhance and simplify our appropriation of this inexhaustible substance that creative thought has so generously provided. In the following lessons, we have attempted to explain man's legitimate appropriation of the spiritually and electrically supplied resources by God. When we understand and adjust our minds to the realm or sphere where these rich ideas and their electric thought forms exist, we will experience in our temporal affairs what is called prosperity. We have mentioned their electric thought forms. Let us explain that every creative process involves a realm of ideas and models or expressions of these ideas. The models retain or enclose the free electric units that sustain what is visible. Thus, creation, in its processes, is a trinity, and behind the visible universe are both the original creative idea and the cosmic rays that crystallize into earthly things. When we understand this trinity and its various activities, we can reconcile the discoveries of modern science with the foundations of religion. Modern science teaches us that space is heavily charged with energies that would transform the Earth if they could be controlled. Sir Oliver Lodge says that a single cubic inch of ether contains enough energy to power a 40-horsepower engine for 40 million years. The divergence of opinions among physicists regarding the reality of ether does not negate the existence of immense potentials in space. Sir Arthur Eddington says that about half of the leading physicists affirm that ether exists, while the other half deny its existence. But in his words, both sides mean exactly the same thing and are divided only by words. Spiritual understanding says that ether exists as an emanation of spirit and should not be confused in its limitations with matter. The mathematical measurements applied to ether make it disappear because its reality lies in the mind that conceived it, and its existence is governed and sustained by ideas. And ideas have no physical dimensions. Therefore, ether will exist and deposit matter as long as the spirit needs it. When the infinite spirit has completed the cycles of creation, the invisible universe, like the visible, will fold up like a scroll and disappear. And thus only spirit will remain. All the host of heaven will dissolve, and the heavens will be rolled up like a scroll, and all their host will vanish. The stability of Christian faith greatly contributes to the understanding that Jesus anticipated the discoveries of modern science regarding the existence of this realm known as ether. He referred to it as the kingdom of heaven, and his illustrations of its possibilities are unmatched. He did not say that it was a place the righteous would inherit after death, but rather a state they could experience here and now. It has pleased your Father to give you the kingdom. Jesus taught that we can incorporate the life-giving rays into our minds, bodies, and affairs through faith, while physicists limit themselves to describing the mechanical presence of life. Jesus showed humanity how, by exercising their mind, they could command this life, rather than be subjected to a universe of mechanical and blind forces. He demonstrated that the universe is guided and directed by intelligence. What we must understand above all is that God has provided for even the smallest needs of our daily lives. If something is lacking, it is because we have not aligned our minds to establish contact with the super mentality, and the cosmic ray that flows from it will automatically become our perfect ally in achieving a better version of ourselves. The spiritual substance, the fundamental basis of the universe, is the only true reality of the mind. When we incorporate the ideas that form this mind into our own and persist in these ideas, a powerful force springs up within us. We then have a foundation for a spiritual body, the body not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. When the spiritual body is established in consciousness, its strength and power are transmitted to the visible body and to all the things we touch in the world around us. Spiritual discernment reveals that we are now on the dawn of a new era, that the old methods of provision and support are rapidly disappearing, and that new methods are awaiting introduction. In the commerce to come, man will no longer be a slave to money. The daily needs of humanity will be met in ways not currently considered practical. We will serve for the joy of serving, and prosperity will flow to and through us in streams of abundance. The supply and support that love and zeal set in motion are still very little utilized by humanity, but those who have tasted their power of provision speak highly of it. The dynamic power of the super mentality in man has been sporadically demonstrated by men and women of all nations. It is often associated with a religious rite where mystery and priestly authority prevail. The common flock is kept in ignorance about the source of the superhuman power of occult adepts and holy men. However, a great light has dawned with the discovery made by physical scientists that the atom conceals electronic energies, whose mathematical arrangement determines the character of all fundamental elements of nature. This discovery has overturned science based on the old mechanical atomic theory, but it has also given Christian metaphysicians a new understanding of the dynamics of the Spirit's return. Science now postulates that the source of life is in space, not in matter. It says that the air itself is alive with dynamic forces waiting to be harnessed and used by man, and that these invisible and omnipresent energies possess potentialities far beyond our highest conceptions. What we have been taught about the glories of heaven pales in comparison to the glories of the radiant rays, commonly called ether. Science tells us that we have barely tapped into this immense ocean of ether, producing only light and electricity from it. The seemingly immense force generated by the whirling of our dynamos is just a small outflow from a universe of energy. The invisible waves that carry radio broadcasts everywhere are just a simple indication of an intelligent power that penetrates and pervades every germ of life, whether visible or invisible. The scientific minds of the world have been deeply shaken by these revolutionary discoveries and have not found adequate language to explain their magnitude. Although several books have been cautiously written by pioneers outlining the far-reaching effects that will inevitably follow man's appropriation of ether, no one has dared to tell the whole story. The fact is that the greatest discovery of all time is that of physical science, which reveals that all things seem to have their source in the invisible and intangible ether. What Jesus taught so profoundly in symbols about the riches of the kingdom of heaven has now been proven true. According to the Greek, the language in which the New Testament has come to us, Jesus did not use the word heaven, but heavens. In his teaching, he did not speak of the glories of a distant place called heaven, but revealed the properties of the heavens surrounding us, which physicists call space and ether. He taught not only their dynamics but also their intelligent character, and said that the entity governing them is within man. The kingdom of God is within you. Not only did he describe this kingdom of heaven in many parables, but he made it the ultimate goal of human existence. Not only did he set this goal for mankind, but he achieved it himself, thereby demonstrating that his teaching is practical and true. Scientists tell us that ether is charged with electricity, magnetism, light rays, X-rays, cosmic rays, and other dynamic radiations. It is the source of all life, light, heat, energy, gravitation, attraction, and repulsion. In short, it is the very essence of the heavens surrounding us. Without directly saying so, Jesus personified this concept when he told his disciples that it was the kingdom through which God clothes and feeds all his children. Seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well. Science says that the electric particles that become light in the Earth's atmosphere are also a source of all substance and matter. Jesus said that he was the substance and the bread that came down from the heavens. When will our civilization begin to truly appropriate and utilize this immense ocean of substance and life, both spiritually and physically? This inexhaustible mental substance is available at any time and in any place for those who have learned to maintain it in their consciousness. The sensitive and guiding force of action will manifest when Jesus said, "Whoever does not doubt in their heart, but believes that what they say will happen, it will be done for them." When we know that there are certain powerful ideas in the form of invisible mental expressions, called ether or space by science, and when we use thought and speech to grasp them, the law comes into action. There is a tide in the affairs of men which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune, as Shakespeare said. This tide awaits us in the cosmic spaces, God's paradise. The spiritual substance from which all visible wealth derives is never exhausted. It is always at your side and responds to your faith in it and your requests. It is not affected by our ignorant talk about hard times, though we ourselves are affected, for our thoughts and words direct our actions. The infallible resource is always ready to give. It has no choice, for it is its nature. Pour your living words of faith into the omnipresent substance, and you will prosper, even if all the banks in the world were to close their doors. Direct the great energy of your thought towards ideas of abundance, and you will obtain it, regardless of what the people around you say or do. God is substance, but if by this statement we mean that God is matter, a thing of time or condition, then we should say that God has no substance. God is not limited to this form of substance that we call matter. God is the intangible essence of what man has formed and called matter. Matter is a mental limitation of this divine substance whose vital and inherent character is manifested in every expression of life. The substance of God can be conceived as the energy of God or the light of the Spirit, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. This is in harmony with the conclusions of some of the most advanced physicists. Sir James J. states in The Mysterious Universe that the trend of modern physics is to resolve the material universe into waves and nothing but waves. These waves are of two types, bottled ones that we call matter, and unbottled ones that we call radiation or light. The process of destroying matter is nothing more than the release of imprisoned wave energy and its liberation to travel through space. Spirit is substance, spirit is not a person. To perceive the essence of being, we must eliminate from our mind any thought that God is somehow circumscribed or has any of the limitations we associate with things or people having a form or figure. You shall not make for yourself an image or any likeness of what is in heaven above or on the earth below. God is substance, but not matter, for matter is formed while God is formless. The substance of God lies behind matter and form. It is the basis of all form, but enters into none as its finality. Substance cannot be seen, touched, tasted, or smelled, but it is more substantial than matter because it is the sole substantial reality of the universe. Nature underlies it, or lies under or behind matter as its support and only reality. Job says, "The Almighty shall be your defense, and you shall have plenty of silver." This refers to universal substance, for silver and gold are manifestations of an ever-present substance and are used as symbols of it. Lew Wallace in Ben-Hur refers to the kingdom as beaten gold. Undoubtedly, in your own experience, you have seen this omnipresent substance in your silence, when it appeared as golden snowflakes falling around you. It was the first manifestation of the overflowing of universal substance into your consciousness. Substance is first formed in the mind, and in manifesting, it passes through a threefold activity. In taking this mental substance and manifesting it, we play a very important role. We do this according to our decree. You will decree a thing and it will be established for you. We are always decreeing, sometimes consciously, often unconsciously, and with every thought and word we increase or diminish the threefold activity of the substance. The resulting manifestation aligns with our thoughts. As he thinks in his heart, so is he. There is no shortage of the air you breathe. There is plenty of air, all you will ever need. But if you close your lungs and refuse to breathe, you will not get it and might suffocate from lack of that air. When you acknowledge the presence of abundant air and open your lungs to breathe deeply, you receive a greater inspiration. This is exactly what you must do with your mind regarding substance. There is an abundance of all things, just as there is an abundance of air. The only shortage is our own lack of appropriation. We must seek the kingdom of God and properly appropriate it before things will be added to us in fullness. There is a kingdom of abundance in all things, and it can be found by those who seek it and are willing to abide by its laws. Jesus said, "It is difficult for a rich person to enter the kingdom of heaven." This does not mean it is difficult because of their wealth, for the poor do not enter more quickly or easily. It is not the money, but the thoughts that people have about money, its source, ownership and use, that prevent them from entering the kingdom. People's thoughts about money are similar to those they have about all possessions. They believe that the things that come from the earth belong to them, that they can claim and control them as individual properties, and that they can accumulate and depend on them, without concern for how many others need them. The same belief prevails among both the rich and the poor, and even if the two classes suddenly switched places, the inequalities of wealth would not be resolved. Only a fundamental change in thinking about wealth could achieve this. Before a fundamental social or economic change can occur, people must begin to understand their relationship with God and with others as common heirs of the universal resource, which is sufficient for all. They must abandon some of their mistaken ideas about their rights. They must learn that they cannot selfishly possess and lock away what belongs to God without suffering the effects of this appropriation themselves. The poor are not the ones who suffer the most in this concentration of wealth, for they have not concentrated their faith in material things or chained their souls to them. Those who are rich in the things of this world, due to their dependence on these things, bind themselves to material objects and remain in mental darkness. All thoughts of personal possession must be eliminated from the mind before people can attain the realization of invisible supply. They cannot selfishly own money, houses, or land, for they cannot possess the universal ideas that these symbols represent. No man can permanently possess an idea as his own. He may possess the material symbol of it for a time in the realm of phenomena, but these are the riches that moth and rust consume and where thieves break in and steal. People possess as valuable assets their education, profession, skill, or intellectual talent. Ministers of the gospel possess learning or eloquence and take pride in these spiritual possessions. However, even these are burdens that must be unloaded before they can enter the kingdom of heaven. The saint who takes pride in his goodness must shed his vanity before entering. The one who is ambitious to do good, to surpass his peers in righteousness, must lose his ambition and desire before beholding the face of the Father, who provides for all. The realm of causes can be compared to steam in a crystal boiler. If the crystal is transparent, one can look directly into it and see nothing at all. However, when a release valve is touched, the steam escapes, condenses, and becomes visible. But in this process, it also loses its power. Substance exists in a realm of ideas and is powerful when manipulated by someone who knows its characteristics. The ignorant open the valves of the mind and let the ideas flow into a realm to which they do not belong. The powerful ideas of substance condense into thoughts of time and space, which ignorance deems necessary for their realization. In this way, their power is lost, and a tiresome cycle of sowing and reaping begins to meet the world's demands. It is the mind that believes in personal possessions that limits the complete idea. God's world is a world of results that sequentially follow demands. It is in this realm that man finds his true home. Work ceases for the one who has found this inner kingdom. Divine provision occurs without laborious struggle. To desire is to have in fullness. This is the second step in the demonstration for one who is fully devoted to divine guidance. Immediately, easier and happier experiences enter, compared to what the world offers. When one commits to following only the good, there is an advanced degree in the same line of initiation into the mysteries of the divine. Before taking this step, one must undergo a deeper and more complete mental cleansing. Then a higher set of faculties awakens in the body, and new avenues of expression open for the powers of the mind, not only in the body, but also in the individual's affairs. In exercising these faculties, one may discover that some of them are obstructed by the crystals of dead thought, which certain selfish ideas have deposited, leading to another purification. If one is obedient to the Spirit and willing to follow it without complaint or protest, the path will be easy. However, if one questions and argues as Job did, they will encounter many obstacles, and their journey will be long and tortuous. Moreover, those who seek the kingdom of substance for the loaves and fishes they might obtain from it will surely be disappointed in the end. They may get the loaves and fishes, it is very possible, but if there remains any desire in their soul to use them for selfish purposes, the result will be disastrous. Many people seek the help of the Spirit to heal their physical ailments. They do not desire the higher life. But having found their lusts and passions restrained by physical illnesses, they want these illnesses removed so they can continue on their carnal path. The experience of all who have dealt with the Spirit is that it is a vigorous bodily stimulant. It restores the body's vitality until it becomes even more sensitive to pleasure or pain than it was before. This spiritual revitalization makes this sensitivity more susceptible and prone to quicker waste if it indulges in greater excess. That is why those who receive spiritual treatment must be fully instructed in the truth of being. They must be shown that indulging in bodily passions is a sin against their success in all areas of life, especially in finance and prosperity. If substance is dissipated, all kinds of shortages begin to be felt. Punishment always follows the indulgence of appetite and passion for mere sensation. Sinners and saints suffer in this valley of torment. The alternative is to dedicate oneself to the Father's business. Make a definite and detailed pact with the Father. Lay your desires, appetites, and passions at His feet and agree to use all your substance in the most exalted way. Then you will seek the kingdom, and all other things will be added to you. We want this substance, which faith has brought to our mind, to be enduring and permanent, so that we do not lose it when banks fail or men speak of hard times. We must have in our finances a consciousness of the permanence of the omnipresent substance as long as it remains in us. Some wealthy families manage to maintain their fortune, while others dissipate it within a generation, because they lack the consciousness of permanent substance. For many of us, there is either feast or famine in financial matters, and we need the consciousness of permanence. There is no reason why we cannot have a continuous flow of substance, both in income and expenditures. If we have received freely, we must also give freely and keep the substance in motion, confident in our understanding that our supply is unlimited and always available in the omnipresent Spirit of God. With this understanding, we can endure the ups and downs of fortune, depressions, financial losses, and failures, and still see God as an abundant substance, ready to manifest. This is what Paul meant by taking on the full armor of God to withstand the evil day. The substance that has manifested in our affairs in the past is still there. It is the same substance, and it cannot be taken away. Even if there seems to be a material shortage, there is a great amount of substance available for everyone. We are in its midst, just as fish might ask where the water is while they live, move, and have their being in it. It is in the water, in the air, everywhere, in a glorious abundance of spiritual substance. Take this thought and hold on to it. Refuse to be shaken in your spiritual position amid the prosperity and abundance of God, and the supply will begin to emerge from the ether. and abundance will manifest more and more in your hands. Jesus was so filled with spiritual substance that when the woman touched his garment, healing virtue flowed out of him, and she was healed. There were thousands of people in the crowd, but only the woman who had faith in this substance obtained it. It was already rooted in her consciousness, and she knew her needs would be met if she could establish contact. There is a lesson in this for us. We know that force manifests everywhere, as we see in the mechanical world. A large locomotive starts from the depot, moving slowly at first, but once launched, it speeds along the track like a gust of wind. It is the same with spiritual force. Sometimes, beginning with a very small thought, it gains momentum and eventually becomes a powerful idea. Each of us can strengthen our grasp on the thought of divine substance until it becomes a powerful idea, filling our consciousness and manifesting in abundance within us all. When you hold on to the substance with your mind, make it permanent and enduring. Realize your unity with it. You are unified with the one living substance, which is God, your sufficiency in this substance. You were created in it, you live, move, and have your being in it. Through it you are nourished and prospered. Spiritual substance is firm and unshakable, enduring. It does not fluctuate with market reports, does not decrease in hard times, and does not increase in prosperous times. It cannot be hoarded to create a shortage of supply and a higher price. It cannot be depleted or distributed to meet the needs of deprivation. It is always the same, constant, abundant, flowing freely and available. Spiritual substance is alive, not an inanimate accumulation of bread that does not satisfy man, or water that does not quench thirst. It is the living bread and the living water, and whoever feeds on God's substance will never hunger or thirst. Substance is something enduring, not a bank deposit that can be withdrawn or a fortune that can be lost. It is an infallible principle that is as certain in its operation as the laws of mathematics. Man cannot be separated from his supply of substance, just as life cannot be separated from its source. Just as God permeates the universe and life permeates every cell of the body, in the same way, substance flows freely through man, free from any limitation or qualification. In the new era that is already dawning, we will have a spirit of prosperity. This principle of universal substance will be recognized and applied, and there will be no room for scarcity. Supply will be more balanced. There will no longer be millions of bushels of wheat stored in warehouses while people starve. There will be no overproduction, no underconsumption, no other inequalities of supply, for the substance of God will be recognized and used by all people. Men will not amass fortunes one day to lose them the next, for they will no longer fear the integrity of their neighbors, nor seek to hide anything. Is this an unrealistic utopia? The answer depends on you. As soon as you individually recognize the omnipresent substance and place your faith in it, you can expect those around you to do the same. A little leaven leavens the whole lump, and even a single life that witnesses to the truth of the law of prosperity will awaken the consciousness of the entire community. Whoever you are, and whatever your immediate needs may be, you can demonstrate the law. If your thoughts are confused, stay calm and know. Stay calm and know that you are one with the substance and with the law of its manifestation. Say with conviction, I am strong, unshakable, spiritual substance. This will open the door of your mind to a flow of substance-filled ideas. When they come, use them freely. Do not hesitate or doubt. The results will come. These are God's ideas given to you in response to your prayer and to meet your needs. They are an intelligent, loving substance, eager to manifest to meet your need. God is the source of a mighty flow of substance, and you are a tributary of that flow, a channel of expression. Blessing the substance increases its flow. If your money is scarce or your wallet seems empty, take it in your hands and bless it. See it filled with living substance, ready to manifest. When you prepare your meals, bless the food, thinking of the spiritual substance. When you dress, bless your clothes and realize that you are constantly clothed in the substance of God. Do not focus your thoughts on yourself, your interests, your gains, or your losses, but realize the universal nature of the substance. The more aware you are of the presence of the living substance, the more it will manifest for you, and the richer the good of all will be. Do not rely on anyone's word, but test the law for yourself. The realization of substance by others will not guarantee your supply. You must become aware of it yourself. Identify yourself with the substance until you make it your own. This will change your finances, destroy your fears, end your worries, and you will soon begin to rejoice in the ever-present generosity of God. Stay calm and turn to the great source. Look with the eye of faith and see that the whole world is filled with substance. See it falling around you like flakes of gold and silver snow, and confidently affirm, Jesus Christ is now here, rising in his consciousness of omnipresent divine substance and providing for all, and my prosperity is assured. I have unlimited faith in the omnipresent spiritual substance that increases and multiplies with my word. The divine mind, the omnipresent guiding principle of prosperity, is the origin of everything that appears in the universe. The mind evolves ideas, and ideas are expressed through thoughts and words. By understanding that ideas have a permanent existence and that they evolve thoughts and words, we see how any attempt at reform that does not consider them is futile. This is why legislation and external standards of action are so weak and fleeting as reforms. Ideas generate currents of thought, just as fire under a boiler generates steam. The idea is the most important factor in any act, and it must take first place in our attention if we want to achieve a result of permanent character. Men formulate thoughts, and these move the world. Ideas are centers of consciousness. They have a positive pole and a negative pole and generate thoughts of all kinds. Thus, a man's body, health, intelligence, finances, in fact everything around him, flows from the ideas to which he gives attention. Man has never had a desire that could not be satisfied somewhere in God's providence. If this were not true, the universe would be weak at its most vital point. Desire is the forward impulse of the ever-evolving soul. It builds from the inside out and carries within it its fulfillment as a necessary corollary. Everything is mind. Therefore, the things that appear must be expressions of mind. Thus, mind is reality and also manifests as phenomena. The being of mind is only one of its aspects. Being does not nourish itself at the level of being. It contains all possibilities, including that of emerging from what is inherent in the realm of appearances. The mind has these two aspects, being and appearance, the visible and the invisible. To say that mind is everything and yet deny that the things that appear have a place in the whole is to affirm only half of the truth. An idea can be formulated as a proposition. The statement responds to the desire to know experimentally if the proposition can be proven. In the statement of a proposition, there are elements that are not integral to the proposition itself, but are necessary for its elaboration. In the simplest math problem, processes are used that are not retained once the problem is solved, but are necessary for its solution. The figures with which we arrive at the solution are immediately forgotten, but they are indispensable, and it is through them that the result is obtained. The exact outcome of each step in the solution is a matter of experiment. The intermediate steps may be modified or revisited several times, but in the end the problem is solved, and the desired result is achieved. If this is true for the simplest arithmetic problem, it is equally true for the creation of the universe. As it is above, so it is below. This is where many who have perceived the perfection and wholeness of the ideal fail in the demonstration. They deny the appearance because it does not fully express perfection. A student who, finding himself in the middle of a math problem, erases all his calculations because the answer is not immediately apparent, even though he has already completed a good part of the process leading to the desired answer, would not be considered wise. Nor would a farmer who cut down his corn as it began to ear because it did not yet show ripe grains be considered wise. One should not draw hasty conclusions. Study a situation carefully from its various aspects before deciding. Consider both sides, the visible and the invisible, the inner and the outer. The mere fact of having an ideal condition or world in mind implies the possibility of its realization in expression. Being cannot escape expression. To think is to express, and you are constantly thinking. You can deny that the things of the outer world exist, but as long as you remain in contact with them, you recognize them. When you affirm being and deny the expression of being, you are a house divided against itself. We have all wondered why we do not comprehend more truths than we possess, or why it is necessary to understand the absolute, since God is omniscient and omnipresent. Understanding is an essential part of your identity. I am man is a focal point in God's consciousness and expresses God. Therefore, he must understand the processes that lead to this expression. The infinite mind is here, with all its ideas, as resources for man, and what we are or become is the result of our efforts to accumulate in our own consciousness all the attributes of the infinite mind. We have learned that we can accumulate ideas of power, strength, life, love, and abundance. How can we use these ideas and bring them into outward expression without understanding? Where will we get this understanding, if not from the source of all ideas, the one mind? But if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives generously to all without reproach, and it will be given to him. In following the principles of mathematics, we use rules. There is a rule of addition that we must observe when adding, and other rules we must follow when subtracting or multiplying. The ideas of the divine mind can only be expressed when we follow the rules or laws of the mind, and these rules require understanding if we are to follow them intelligently and obtain results. Man has been given all power and authority over all the ideas of the infinite mind, and the idea of wisdom is part of this. The idea of love is closely associated with the idea of wisdom in the divine mind. These ideas are the positive and negative poles of the creative principle. Male and female, he created them. The ideas of the divine mind are expressed through the conjunction of wisdom and love. God has ordained that these two ideas be fruitful, multiply, and fill the whole earth with thoughts in expression. We have access to the divine kingdom from which all thoughts are projected into the world. We are constantly taking ideas from the spiritual world and converting them into our own conception of the things we desire. Sometimes the final product does not satisfy or please us. This is because we have separated the idea from its true parents, wisdom and love, and allowed it to mature in an atmosphere of error and ignorance. In the realm of money or wealth, we have taken the idea of pure substance from the spiritual kingdom, then forgotten the idea of substance and attempted to develop it in a material atmosphere of thought. It was a wonderful idea, but when we separated it from the wisdom and love of its spiritual parents, it became a turbulent and disappointing child. Even if, without love and understanding of substance, you accumulate gold and silver, your treasure will be neither stable nor permanent. It will fluctuate and cause worries and pain. There are many people who do not know the value of substance, for whom money comes and goes, who are rich today and poor tomorrow. They do not understand that substance is the underlying reality of all wealth. To have an adequate supply at all times, a constant flow that is never enough to become a burden, but always sufficient to meet every need, we must unite with the spirit that knows how to handle ideas as substance. Men have the idea that material substance is limited and engage in competition to try to seize others' money. The divine mind, on the other hand, sees substance as unlimited and present everywhere, equally accessible to all. Man's work is to express the ideas of substance in material form. We must find a way to connect the ideas of substance with those of material expression, so as to align the ideas of the human mind with those of the divine mind. This is accomplished by faith, through prayer. The part of the prayer that says, "Give us this day our daily bread," is more accurately translated as, "Give us today the substance of tomorrow's bread." Through prayer, we accumulate in our minds God's ideas as the substance of our supply and support. There is no lack of this substance in the infinite mind. No matter how much God gives, there is always more. God does not give us material things, but the substance of spirit, not money but ideas, ideas that set spiritual forces in motion so that things begin to come to us in accordance with the application of the law. A financial problem might be resolved in this way. People often tend to ponder their problems just before going to bed and find a solution in their dreams or just after waking up. This happens because their minds were so intellectually active that they couldn't connect with the quiet inner plane where ideas operate. When the conscious mind quiets down and we connect with the superconsciousness, it begins to show how our affairs will be resolved, or how we can help bring about the desired prosperity. This is the law of the mind. The principle is within each of us, but we must be spiritually quickened in life and understanding before we can successfully work according to it. However, we should not dismiss the understanding of the natural man. The mind within us, which reasons and sees the physical side of things, also has the ability to look inward. It is the door through which divine ideas must enter. Jesus, the Son of Man, called himself the door and the way. It is the divine plan that every expression or demonstration passes through this door of the human mind. But beyond all this are the ideas that exist in the original state of being, and it is this truth of which we must become aware. We must be conscious of the source of our substance. Then we can diminish or increase the appearance of our supply or finances, for their appearance depends entirely on our understanding and management of the ideas of substance. The time is coming when we will no longer need to work to obtain things, to meet our physical needs in the form of food and clothing, for they will come to us through the accumulation of right ideas in our minds. We will begin to understand that clothes represent one idea of substance, food another, and that everything manifested is representative of an idea. In Genesis chapter 2, this living substance is called dust of the earth in Hebrew, and Adam was formed from it. We discover that the elemental substance is found within our bodies. The kingdom of heaven, or the kingdom of God, is within man. It is a kingdom of substance and spirit. Are you paying attention to this, or do you continue to seek supply from external sources? Do you meditate and pray to understand this omnipresent substance? If you do, it will come and demonstrate prosperity to you. When that happens, it will be certain, for nothing can take away this true prosperity from you. It is a law that does not fail and cannot fail when properly applied. This law of prosperity has been tested time and again. All men who have prospered have used the law, for there is no other way. They may not have been aware of following specific spiritual methods, but somehow they activated the law and reaped the benefit of its infallible action. Others have had to struggle to obtain the same things. Remember that Elijah had to pray and affirm for a long time before demonstrating rain. He sent his servant the first time, and there was no sign of a cloud. He prayed and sent him again and again with the same result. But finally, after repeated efforts, the servant said he saw a small cloud. Then Elijah told him to prepare for rain, and it came. This example shows the continuity of effort that is sometimes necessary. If your prosperity does not manifest as quickly as you pray, and affirm that God is your substance, your supply, and your support, do not be discouraged. Show your faith by persisting in your work. You have many scriptures to support you. Jesus taught this from the beginning to the end of his ministry and demonstrated it many times. Many have done the same in his name. Jesus drew his disciples' attention to the inner kingdom of spirit, the substance of the kingdom of God. He pointed out that the lilies of the field were beautifully clothed, even more gloriously than Solomon in all his splendor. We do not need to laboriously work outwardly to accomplish what the lily does quietly and gracefully. Most of us rush to try to solve our problems ourselves and in our own way, with an idea or vision of the material thing we seek. We must spend more time in silent meditation, and like the lilies of the field, simply be patient and grow in our manifestations. We must always remember that these ideas of substance with which we work are eternal ideas, which have always existed and will always exist. These are the same ideas that formed this planet in the first place and that sustain it today. A great German astronomer, after spending most of his life studying the stars with a deep desire to know more about them, suddenly and surprisingly, because he had thought little about the spiritual side of things, launched into a prayer of thanksgiving for the perfect order and harmony of the heavens. His prayer was this: "O God, I am thinking thy thoughts after thee." The soul of this man had then established contact and union with the infinite spirit. However, even though this contact seemed to have happened suddenly, it was the result of long work in preparing his mind and thought. Jesus expressed the same union with God during his supreme miracle, the resurrection of Lazarus, saying, "Father, I thank thee that thou hast heard me, and I knew that thou always hear me." This shows us another aspect of the law of prosperity. We pave the way for great manifestations by acknowledging the divine presence and praising the Father. Spiritual vitality revives our life by affirming that we are alive in the presence of Spirit, our intelligence by affirming our unity with divine intelligence, and we awaken the present substance by recognizing it and claiming it as our own. We must meditate on this understanding and sincerely give thanks to the God of this omnipresent kingdom of ideas, for we can think his thoughts after him. We can thank the Father that his thoughts are our thoughts and that our natural mind is illuminated by the Spirit. We can enlighten our mind at any time by affirming this thought: "I thank you, Father, that I am thinking your thoughts after you." and that my understanding is illuminated by the Spirit. Spiritual thoughts are infinite in their potential. Each one is measured by the life, intelligence, and substance with which it is expressed. Thought manifests and becomes active through the word. Every word is a thought in activity, and when spoken it goes out as a vibrational force that registers in universal substance. The most powerful vibration is established when the name of Jesus Christ is spoken. It is the name that reigns above all authority, the name above every name, containing within itself all power in heaven and on earth. It is the name that has the power to shape universal substance. It is one with the Father-Mother substance, and when spoken it sets forces in motion that produce results. Whatever you ask the Father in my name, he will give you. If you ask anything in my name, I will do it. There is nothing simpler, easier, or freer of conditions for demonstrating supply. Until now, before the name of Jesus Christ was given to the world, you have asked nothing in my name. Ask, and you will receive, that your joy may be full. The words of Jesus had immense power due to his consciousness of God. They elevated God's ideal far beyond what had been previously conceived. These ideas transcended the level of thought of the people so much that even some of Jesus' disciples did not accept them and ceased to walk with him. Until fairly recent times, most men did not grasp the lesson of the power of the spoken word, which expresses spiritual ideas. Jesus was never taken literally, for if he had been, men would have tried to overcome death by fulfilling his words. Few have taken his words with total faith, not only believing in them, but so deeply impregnating their minds with them that they become flesh of their flesh and bone of their bones, incarnating in their own bodies, as Jesus did. The secret to manifestation lies in the conception of what is true in being and in realizing that concept in thought, word, and deed. If I can conceive a truth, there must be a way to make it manifest. If I can conceive of an inexhaustible supply that exists in the omnipresent ethers, then there is a way for that supply to manifest. Once your mind accepts this as an axiomatic truth, you have reached the point where the question of processes begins to arise. No one fully sees all the steps they must take to reach a certain goal. They may see in general that they must move from one point to another, but not all the details are defined unless they have traveled that path before. Thus, in the manifestation of spiritual powers, as they express through man, we must be willing to follow the guidance of someone who has proven their understanding of the law through their manifestations. We all intuitively know that there is something wrong in a world where poverty reigns, and we would not create a world where poverty exists. Lack, in all its forms, is not possible in God's universe. That is why when there is an appearance of poverty somewhere, it is our duty to deny it. Pain and suffering accompany poverty, and we want to see them disappear. This desire is an indicator of the path to their disappearance. As the consciousness of the kingdom of heaven, with its abundant life and substance, becomes more common among people, these conditions will vanish from apparent existence. Jesus said that all things will be added to those who seek the kingdom of heaven. We do not need to wait until we have fully entered the kingdom or have reached a complete understanding of the Spirit before prosperity begins to manifest, but we must direct our attention in that direction. Then, things begin to be added to us. Thousands of people are testing this law today. They accept the promise of Scripture and expect God to provide for all their needs. At the beginning of their search, they may have little reason to believe that they will be provided for or helped in a particular area, but they follow the command to seek, and with faith, they act as if they are receiving. Gradually, new opportunities open up to them, sometimes in areas they did not know, but they find pleasant experiences and are encouraged to continue seeking the kingdom of God and rejoicing in his increasing generosity. Many of these people wisely use their single talent. They may not yet have seen the Holy of Holies in the inner sanctuary, but they are approaching it. Here is the step we must all take. Begin to seek this kingdom of God's substance, trust the promise, and see the result in the mental currents that begin to move around us. It is possible that you cannot identify the precise moment when success began or which word of faithfulness to the Father had an effect for the first time. But over the weeks or months, you will observe many changes in your mind, body, and affairs. You will find that your ideas have expanded immensely, that your small, limited world has transformed into a great world. You will find your mind more awakened, and you will see clearly where you once doubted, for you have begun to think of realities rather than appearances. The consciousness of an all-powerful hand guiding you in all your actions will establish you in confidence and security, which will extend to bodily well-being and your environment. You will feel a reduction, even a total absence, of prejudice and fault-finding. You will be more forgiving, more generous, and less severe in judgment. Others will perceive this change in you and appreciate you more, showing it in different ways. Things will come to you, being added to you according to the promise. All of this is true, not only for your own affairs, but also for the people you are in contact with. They too will be more prosperous and happier. They may not connect their improvement with you or your thoughts, but that does not affect the truth of it. All causes are essentially mental, and anyone in daily contact with a higher order of thought will inevitably absorb some of it. Ideas are contagious, and no one can live in an atmosphere of true thought, where elevated ideas are maintained without being more or less influenced by them. Do not expect instant miracles for yourself, but expect that the law with which you have identified yourself will resolve your problem through the latent possibilities in you and around you. Above all, let God in you express himself through you in the outer world. You are God's, and all of you are sons of the Most High. The idea of God encompasses a multitude of creative forces. In this case, you are working to bring prosperity into your affairs, and you must therefore fill your mind with images and thoughts of a providing Father. The ancient Hebrews understood this. They had 7 sacred names for Jehovah, each representing a specific idea of God. They used the name Jehovah Jireh when they wanted to focus on the aspect of substance, which meant the Lord will provide. The Mighty One, whose presence and power provide, regardless of any contrary circumstance. To accelerate the consciousness of God's presence, the Hebrews used the name Jehovah Shammah, which means the Lord is there. The Lord is present. Realize the present Lord as a creative spirit pulsing in the ether, as living productivity. Fill your mind with affirmations that express abundance. No particular affirmation will move someone from poverty to abundance, but all affirmations that carry ideas of wealth will lead to the consciousness that fulfills the law. Counteract lack by denying that it has any place or reality in your mind or affairs, and affirm abundance as the only reality. Praise what you have, even if it is little, and insist that it constantly increases. The daily concentration of the mind on spirit and its attributes will reveal that the elemental forces that create all material things are present in the ether, awaiting our recognition and appropriation. It is not necessary to know all the details of the scientific law to demonstrate prosperity. Enter into the silence daily at a set time and focus on the substance of spirit, prepared for you since the foundation of the world. This opens a current of thought that will bring prosperity into your affairs. A good thought to maintain during this meditation is, invisible substance is malleable to my thoughts of abundance, and I am rich in spirit and manifestation. Faith in invisible substance is the key to demonstration. In this lesson, we examine the subject of faith, particularly in relation to the demonstration of prosperity. In this study, as in all others, we must begin with the single mind. God had faith when he envisioned man and the universe, and through his faith, he brought all things into being. Man, being like God, must also base his creations on faith as the only foundation. This is our starting point for building a consciousness of prosperity and shaping our world as we desire. We all have faith, for it is innate in every person. The question is how we can put it into practice in our affairs. Jesus gave us the best understanding of faith when he described Peter as a rock and stated that his church, or assembly, would be built on this rock or faith as a sure foundation. In this sense, faith represents substance, the underlying and fundamental principle of all manifestation. Now, faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. It is entirely possible to possess a reality that cannot be seen, touched, or understood by any of the outer senses. That is faith. When we are fully aware of invisible things and have certainty about things not yet manifested, in other words, faith is this awareness within us of the reality of invisible substance and the attributes of spirit by which we hold on to it. We must realize that spirit makes things real. It's just a thought, or only a simple idea, we sometimes say lightly, without thinking that these thoughts and ideas are eternal realities from which we build our lives and our world. Faith is the power of perception of the mind, coupled with the power to shape substance. You hear about a proposal that attracts you, and you say, "I have faith in this proposal." Someone describes a man whose character seems right to you, and you say, "I have faith in this man." What do you mean by having faith? It means that certain qualities of that man or thing attract you, and these immediately begin to work constructively in your mind. What is this work? It is the work of making the proposal or the man real to your consciousness. The character and attributes of things in your mind become substantial to you because of your faith. The role of faith is to take abstract ideas and give them a definite form in substance. Ideas are abstract and formless to us until they become substance, the substance of faith. A very important work in the cultivation of the soul is the establishment of a substance of faith. Once we discern this law of soul building through faith, we find the Hebrew Scriptures filled with illustrations of it. The first chapter of the Gospel of Luke tells us how an angel announced to Elizabeth and Zechariah that they would have a son and that his name would be John. Zechariah was offering incense at the altar in the exercise of his priestly duties, which means that when the mind turns to the spiritual, even blindly, and seeks spiritual things, it becomes spiritualized. The burning of incense symbolizes this spiritualization. Zechariah represents the perceptive qualities of the soul, and Elizabeth the receptive qualities. When these two qualities work together in prayer, meditation, and aspiration, the soul opens to higher thoughts or angels that bring the promise of a new state of consciousness. Zechariah doubted the promise of a son because his wife was beyond childbearing age, and because of his doubts, he lost the power of speech. This means that when we perceive spiritual truth and doubt it, we delay its outward expression. It cannot manifest through us because of our doubts. All progress is then postponed in the soul. Elizabeth hid herself for months, but when the soul begins to feel the presence of the new ego, or new state of consciousness, we return to the expression of faith and Zechariah's speech is restored. The same happened with the birth of Jesus. First, a promise was made to Mary, and Joseph was assured that the child was conceived by the Holy Spirit. This represents an even higher step in the work of faith. The birth of John the Baptist is the intellectual perception of truth. The intellect first perceives the truth. The next step is the appearance of substance and life in the subconscious. When we have fully surrendered to spirit, we can act without knowing exactly why. And although we may not know the law or be able to explain faith to the outer consciousness, it continues to do its perfect work and eventually brings about the demonstration. Do not fear the power that resolves things in the invisible. When you have a strong perception of something that your inner mind tells you is true and good, act accordingly, and your demonstration will come. This is how living faith works as a law of your creative word. To faith, understanding can also be added. We call forth our spiritual faculties from our subconscious. When Jesus performed some of his most remarkable works, he was accompanied by Peter, James, and John. Peter represents faith, James wisdom or judgment, and John love. These three faculties, when expressed together in the mind, achieve apparent miracles. If you have called upon faith in spiritual things, you have faith in God and have cultivated your unity with the one Spirit. If you then use spiritual judgment and perform your work with love, you become a master in Israel. To understand the law by which we gain or lose in the use of invisible substance, we must use discrimination or judgment. There is a guiding intelligence always present that we can rely on and make our own good. It belongs to us. It is our birthright to know it and use it. Some metaphysicians mistakenly believe that they must go through difficult experiences to appreciate the better things in life. They think poverty is a blessing because it educates people to appreciate abundance when they possess it. They say that it is God's will for us to have times of hardship and others of prosperity, feasts and famines. This is not logically true if one considers God as a principle. If you think of God as a man who gives or withholds arbitrarily according to the exercise of his personal will, you might come to this conclusion. But God is immutable. If he gives at one moment, he will continue to give eternally. His nature is to give, and this nature is eternally the same. When you speak of difficult times, famines, or shortages, you are speaking of something that has no place in the mind of God. You do not acknowledge God in all your ways, but you recognize the error, and assert that the world finds its source in external things. You must turn around and enter into this awareness of the Spirit. In the Spirit, there is abundance. We often wonder how Jesus was able to multiply the 5 loaves and 2 fish to feed 5,000 people. He did it through a profound understanding of this law. The 5 loaves represent the application of the 5 senses to the divine substance, and the 2 fish represent the leaven, or the multiplying power introduced into the substance, the source of increase. It is said that if the leaven from a single batch of bread was allowed to grow, it would fill a space larger than this planet. This shows that there is no limit to the power of increase of elemental substance. It is up to us to use it as Jesus used that power. It was not a miracle, but something that we all have within us, like an unawakened ability that we can learn to develop and use as Jesus did. Jesus entered into silence, prayed, and blessed the substance he had in his hands. If we want to multiply and increase power, substance, and life within us and in our affairs, we must remain very calm and realize that our resource is the Spirit, which is God and is here in all its fullness. We must connect with him by faith, and then we will find him springing up within us. Some of you may have already experienced this, but if you let this energy overflow without understanding it, you will gain no benefit. Here is the key. This life and this substance that you feel when you sit in silence, you must begin to speak these words with power and authority. When there is a global belief in a financial depression, a lack of circulation or stagnation, things do not happen as we hope, and we develop fear and belief in a lack of money circulation. But if we know the law, we do not fall into that thought. At any moment, many people are making money, using this law, and seizing opportunity. We must bless everything we have, for we can increase and multiply what we possess by speaking with words. Jesus said that his words were spirit and life. Have you ever thought that your word is charged with great vital and spiritual force? It is so. Be careful with your words. A person will be responsible for every word he speaks, even the lightest. If you speak of substance negatively, your finances will diminish. But if you speak of it appreciatively and expansively, you will prosper. If we could release the energy from the atoms that scientists speak of, we could supply the whole world. This power is within each of us. We can start by releasing the small ideas we have and letting them fill the world with thoughts of abundance. We must realize that all power is given to us in heaven and on earth. As Jesus said, he told his apostles that they would receive power when the Holy Spirit came upon them. They were told to go up to that upper room at the top, where spiritual forces begin to form new ideas. After entering into spiritual consciousness and receiving the awakening, speak the word with authority and power by concentrating your attention on the power of the throat. It seems effective to pronounce the words aloud, then to withdraw again to the other side in Galilee, as Jesus often did to rest, and to repeat them in silence. You can send this vibrational energy of the Spirit and break the inertia caused by thoughts of fear and lack, opening paths and new ways for the demonstration of your good. To develop these undeveloped spiritual qualities, we must believe in them, for he who approaches God must believe that he is. Lord, keep us from unbelief, from relying on the things we see, from judging by appearances. You can conjure in your mind 1,000 imaginary things that will seem real to you. This demonstrates that the mind creates forms and things according to its ideas. The world is wonderfully awakening to the truth about the creative power of the mind. Everywhere, people are studying psychology or the culture of the soul. Imagination builds things from the unique substance. If you associate faith with this in its creative work, the things you do will be as real as those done by God. Everything you do in the Spirit, and in which you truly believe, will become something substantial. Therefore, you must be constantly vigilant about what you believe in order to manifest what is for your good. What do you have faith in external things? If so, you are building shadows without substance, shadows that cease as soon as your mental support withdraws, forms that will pass without leaving a trace. If you want to demonstrate true prosperity, you must turn away from things, and as Jesus said to his disciples, have faith in God. Have faith in nothing other than God, in nothing other than the unique Spirit. For when your faith is centered on it, you build for eternity. The Spirit and the ideas of the Spirit will never pass away. There will never be an end for God, never an end to the truth that is God, never an end to the substance that is God. Build with divine substance, cultivate faith in realities, and lay up treasures in heaven. The foundation of all work is an idea. Faith is a quality of the Spirit that brings forth the idea as real, not only for us, but also for others. When others have faith in what you do, create, or sell, they see it as something real and precious. Then your success and prosperity are assured. There exists only what becomes truly visible or valuable. You have great faith if you say and believe, "I have faith in the substance of God that works in and through me to increase and bring abundance into my world." Your faith will begin to work powerfully in the substance of the Spirit and make you prosperous. Everything you put into the substance with faith will manifest in your world. We have seen this come to pass and have tested the law too many times to doubt it. The Scriptures are full of illustrations of how things manifest through faith in the substance. The characters we read about in the Scriptures represent ideas that continue their work in human souls. If we think they only existed as people thousands of years ago, we are pushing our faith back thousands of years instead of letting it work for us in the present, in our daily affairs. To demonstrate as Jesus did, we must place our faith in the one substance and say, "I have faith in God." Prosperity is demonstrated by understanding the law of prosperity and having faith in it, not by seeking the sympathy of others to do something for you or give you something. Faithfulness and seriousness in applying the law of prosperity will ensure your success. Every good gift and every perfect gift comes from above, from the Father of lights, with whom there is no variation or shadow of turning. Acknowledge him in all your ways, and he will direct your paths. Know this, we are now in the very presence of the creative Spirit, the Spirit that made the universe and all that it contains. This Spirit is here and is working now just as much as it has done or will do one day. When we fully realize this, we increase the activity of the Spirit within us immeasurably. You must understand that God is Spirit, and that Spirit is very real and powerful, and by far the most substantial of all. It may be difficult for those who cling to material things to realize that there exists a real invisible life and a substance that is much more substantial and real than the material. Scientists tell us that invisible forces have a power that is millions of times more real and substantial than the material world. When we read statements about certain recently accepted and discussed scientific discoveries, we are truly astonished. These claims made by scientists would be deemed absurd and incredible. However, religion has made the same claims, but differently, for thousands of years. Now science is helping religion by demonstrating these truths in comparing substance and matter regarding their relative reality. A scientific writer states that matter is just a crack in universal substance. It is the universal substance that man manipulates all the time with his spiritual mind through his thoughts. He deals with the wonderful spiritual substance, and this takes form in his consciousness according to his thoughts about it. This is why we must maintain thoughts of wisdom and divine understanding in order to use these creative mental powers correctly. We use them all the time, consciously or unconsciously, and we must use them to our advantage and blessing. Every time you say, "I am short on funds, I don't have as much money as I would like," you limit the substance in your own consciousness. It is wise to desire a greater supply, not a limited one. Therefore, it is important to monitor your thoughts so that the greatest supply can come through your mind into your affairs. Tell yourself, "I am the child of God, and I must think as God thinks. Therefore, I cannot think of any shortage or limitation. It is impossible that in this universal spirit that fills everything, there could exist such a thing as absence. There is no shortage of anything in any part of reality. The only shortage is the fear of it in the mind of man. We do not need to overcome a shortage, but we must overcome fear. This fear of shortage has led men to speculate to accumulate substance and store it up. This has caused an even greater fear of shortage in others, and the situation has worsened until the belief that we must hoard material symbols of substance for a potential future shortage becomes realized. We have tested this system and proven that it always fails. We must learn to understand the divine law of supply and the original plan of always having our daily bread. That is all we truly want, only the amount of things we need for the day, with the absolute assurance that the supply for tomorrow's needs will be there when tomorrow comes. This assurance cannot be found in accumulating or hoarding, as we have learned by experience. It can be obtained if we have faith and understand the truth about the omnipresent and always available substance. Everything beyond today's needs is unnecessary. Anything that exceeds what we need for today is a burden. Let us begin with the fundamental proposition that there is always for you and for me, and that the substance is there all the time. In silent meditation, a good foundational affirmation to maintain the silence is, "Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in your sight, O Lord, my rock and my Redeemer." Think about these words as you meditate. The words of your mouth and the thoughts of your heart are shaping now and always the spiritual substance and manifesting it. They will only be acceptable to the Lord if they manifest things that are true, beautiful, and wholly good. After your daily meditation, when you have declared the omnipresence and totality of good, accept it as true and go into the activities of the day with the faith that all necessary things are provided and that your good must come. The earth and the omnipresent substance have many names. Jesus called it the kingdom of heaven. Moses in Genesis referred to it as the Garden of Eden. Science calls it the ether. We live in it as fish live in the sea, and it lives in us, providing us with all things according to our thoughts. When you begin to work, take a moment to declare, "Today I place God before me to guide and protect me, to keep me safe and prosperous. O Spirit of the Lord, go before me today and ensure my path is crowned with success and prosperity." Make this declaration your prayer for the day. Decree that it be so, and the Lord will make it real throughout the day. If a thought of scarcity or limitation troubles you for a moment, immediately turn away with the affirmation, "The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want." When your mind returns to the subject of prosperity, remember that your prosperity comes from God, from your contact with the Divine Spirit in your silence, and your prosperity is with you wherever you are. Supply may seem to come through external channels, but your true success depends on your inner control over the realization of prosperity. Thank for the supply coming from external channels, but do not limit God's generosity to a single channel. Look to Him and be prosperous. Here are some prayers of prosperity. I am always provided for because I have faith in you as my omnipresent abundance. I trust you as my all-powerful resource, and I believe it will preserve me in my prosperity. I trust the universal spirit of prosperity in all my affairs. I turn to God because I believe He exists and rewards those who seek Him. Man enters and exits the divine spirit. The possessions of the Father are not in actions and bonuses, but in the divine possibilities implanted in the mind and soul of every man. Through the spirit of man, ideas are created. Through the soul of man, the wealth of God's love finds its expression. It is said that the spirit is the crucible in which the ideal becomes real. This process of transformation is the spiritual chemistry we must learn before we are ready to work wisely in the great laboratory of the Father's substance. There is no lack of material to form what we want, and we can all draw upon it according to our purpose. The wealth of consciousness will manifest in the wealth of manifestation. He who knows the principle has an inner assurance that gives him understanding of the Spirit of God. Our affirmations aim to establish in our consciousness a broad understanding of the principles upon which all life and existence rest. Our religion is based on a science in which ideas are connected to the principle and to other ideas in a great universal mind that operates according to mental laws. This is not a new religion or a religious trend, but it indicates what is real and true in any religion. If the principle is known, one can immediately tell whether a religion is based on facts or on ideas created by man. To demonstrate the principle, we must continue to establish ourselves. The more often you present a logical and true proposition to your mind, the stronger this inner feeling of security becomes for you. The spirit of man is built upon truth, and the clearer your understanding of the truth, the more substantial your spirit becomes. There is a defined and intimate relationship between what we call truth and this universal substance of being. When the unique spirit is called to action by its thought, it seizes the substance by the law of attraction or sympathy of thoughts. Thus, the more you know God, the more you will have your body and all your affairs in hand. The more you know God, the healthier you will be, and of course, the healthier you are, the happier you will be, more beautiful and better in every way. If you know how to grasp the universal substance and shape it to your vision, you will be prosperous. Mental substance enters every little detail of your daily life, whether you are aware of it or not. However, to establish yourself with some security in the possession and use of life, love, intelligence, and universal substance, you must first be aware of it by mentally seeing the truth. Every true action is governed by law. Nothing happens by chance, there are no miracles, there is no luck. Nothing comes by coincidence. All events are the result of a cause and can be explained according to the law of cause and effect. This teaching appeals to the innate logic of our mind, but sometimes we doubt it when we see things happening without apparent cause. These events that seem miraculous are controlled by laws we have not yet learned, and are the result of causes we have not yet understood. Man does not manifest according to the law, but according to his knowledge of the law. That is why we must strive to learn more. God is law, and he is unchangeable. If we want to give birth to perfect creation, we must conform to the law and unfold in our mind, body, and affairs like a flower unfolds by the principle of life, intelligence, and innate substance. The United States Congress establishes the laws that govern the actions of all American citizens. Those who respect the laws are rewarded by the protection of the law. Congress does not ensure that people obey the laws. That is left to the executive branch of government. The same is true for universal law. God ordained the law, but does not force us to follow it. We have free will, and the way to do it is entirely left to our discretion. When we know the law and work in its direction, we are rewarded by its protection and we use it for our good. If we violate universal law, we suffer limitations, just as a convicted offender is limited to a cell or a prison. The Holy Spirit is the executive agent through which the Divine Spirit enforces its laws. From this consideration arises the fact that God has given the power of the Divine Spirit to every man. You use your organism, body, mind, and soul to apply a law that God has established as a guide for all creation. If you carry out this mission correctly, you will achieve just results. If you do not live according to the law, well, that is your problem. God cannot avoid it. If you do not follow the law and with it demonstrate health, happiness, prosperity, and all good, Blackstone said that the law is a rule of conduct. Thus, with the law of God, if you follow the rules of action, you will prove the truth and have all that God has prepared for you since the foundation of the world. What are the rules of the law? First of all, God is good and all his creations are good. When you firmly anchor this in your mind, you are bound to demonstrate good, and nothing but good can enter your world. If you allow the thought that evil exists and that you are as subject to evil as to good, then you may experience conditions that match your idea of evil. But remember that evil and the conditions of evil are not recognized by the Divine Spirit. If you have thought that evil is a reality, or that it has any power over you, change your thinking immediately and begin to build good brain cells that have never heard of anything but good. Pray like this: I am a child of absolute good. God is good and I am good. Everything that happens in my life is good, and I will receive only good. Establish this consciousness, and only good will be attracted to you, making your life a perpetual joy. I cannot tell you why this is true, but I know it is, and you can verify it yourself for your own satisfaction. If you start now with the idea of universal and eternal goodness in your mind, speak only of good, and see with the eye of the Spirit everything and everyone as good, then you will soon begin to demonstrate all kinds of good. Good thoughts will become a habit, and good will manifest before you. You will see it everywhere, and people will say of you, I know this man is good and true, I trust him. He makes me feel the innate goodness of all men. This is how the unique spirit expresses itself through man. This is the law. Those who live according to the law will achieve the desired results. Those who do not will achieve the opposite results. The law also applies to our demonstrations of prosperity. We cannot be very happy if we are poor, and no one needs to be poor. Being poor is a sin. One might ask if Jesus cited an example where poverty is a sin. Yes, you will find it in the story of the prodigal son. It is often used as a text to preach to moral sinners, but a detailed study shows that Jesus teaches the sin of scarcity and how to gain abundance. It is a wonderful lesson on prosperity. The prodigal son took his inheritance and went to a far country where he squandered it on reckless living and fell into misery. When he returned to his father's house, he was not accused of lacking morals, as one might think. On the contrary, the father said to him, "Bring quickly the best robe and put it on him." This was a lesson on proper attire. It is a sin to wear poor clothing. This may seem to some a rather sordid way to view Jesus' teaching, but we must be honest and interpret it as he gave it and not as we think it should be. The next act of the Father was to put a gold ring on the prodigal son's finger, another proof of prosperity. The Father's desire for us is unlimited good, not just the means of a pleasant existence. The ring symbolizes the limitless, that which has no end. It also represents omnipresence and omnipotence in the manifest world. When the Father gave this ring to the Son, he gave him the key to all vital activity. It was a symbol of his status as a son and heir to all that the Father possessed. All that is mine is yours. The Father gives us all that he has, which is omnipotence, omnipresence, all love, and all substance. When we return to the consciousness of his house of abundance, he commands the servants to put shoes on the Son's feet. The feet represent that part of our understanding that comes into contact with earthly conditions. In the head or upper region, we have the understanding that comes into contact with spiritual conditions. But when we read in the scriptures something about feet, we know it refers to our understanding of material things. The next thing the Father did for his returning Son was to proclaim a feast for him. This is not how we treat moral sinners. We decree punishment for them. We send them to prison. But the Father gives a feast to those who come to him, seeking his ministry. He does not merely distribute a necessary portion, but serves the fatted calf, the universal substance and life in fullness and richness. The parable is a great lesson on prosperity, because it shows us that those who squander their substance on sensations are sinners and end up falling into a consciousness of scarcity. It also shows that they can become lawful and prosperous again by returning to the Spirit of the Father. There are so many lessons in the Bible for moral delinquents that there is no need to twist the meaning of this parable for that purpose. It is clearly a lesson on the cause of scarcity and need. Jesus expressly states that the young man squandered his goods in a far country, a place where the divine law of abundance was not observed. There is a very close relationship between disordered living and need. People who squander their substance on sensations ultimately face shortages, both physical and economic. If we want to use divine substance and divine law correctly, we must return to the consciousness of the Father and preserve our bodily substance. Then health and prosperity will naturally manifest. If we are not ingenious or certain in our use of the only divine substance, we cannot be sure of anything. Substance is something very important in our world. In fact, it is its foundation. Therefore, we must be certain in our understanding of it and use it in accordance with the law of God. Let us enter into the very truth of being and observe the divine law. Let us understand that our Father is always there and that we are only in a far country when we forget his presence. He constantly gives us exactly what we recognize and accept. According to his law, we can take our inheritance and consciously drift away from the Father, but we will suffer the consequences because we will then not be acting in divine wisdom and divine order, and there will be a famine in that land. Let us seek divine wisdom more to know how to manage our substance, and the law of prosperity will be revealed to us. To achieve this realization, declare with faith and assurance, "The Spirit that supplies all is my discourse, and I am confident in my prosperity." Primitive men did not dispute the products of nature as long as they could easily gather the fruits of the trees and sleep under the branches. When life became organized, disputes arose for the best places, and the strongest were usually the victors. Success leads to success. Those who could obtain the best did so, and experienced the law that to those who have it will be given, and they will have in abundance. This may seem, at first glance, an unjust law, but it has always prevailed in the affairs of the world. Jesus, the greatest of metaphysicians, taught it as a divine law and commanded it. He could do no other, for it is a just law that man should have what he earns, that industry, effort, and ability should be rewarded, and that laziness should be discouraged. This law operates in all areas of being. Those who seek the things that the material kingdom offers generally find them. Those who strive for moral excellence often achieve this goal, and those who aspire to spiritual rewards are also rewarded. The law is that we obtain what we want and for what we work, and all experience and history have shown that this is a good law. If this law were abolished, the progress of the world would cease and the race would perish. Where there is reward for effort, there will be effort. Otherwise, society will decay. We can speak wisely of the inner impulse, But when it lacks an external field of action, it eventually becomes discouraged and ceases to act. When men evolve spiritually to a certain degree, they possess inner faculties that connect them to the cosmic spirit and achieve results that are sometimes so surprising that they seem miraculous. What seems miraculous is the action of a force in a consciousness that was previously not understood. When man unleashes the powers of his soul, he accomplishes wonders in the eyes of material spirit. But he has not strayed from the law. He simply operates within a consciousness that has sporadically been manifested by great men throughout the ages. Man is greater than all other creations of the divine spirit, for he has the ability to perceive and apply the ideas inherent in the divine spirit and, through faith, to bring them to manifestation. Thus, evolution proceeds as man appropriates primary spiritual ideas and expresses them in and through his consciousness in the exercise of his identity. Man must develop certain stabilizing ideas. One of them is continuity or fidelity to the truth in scriptures and in life. We have many examples of how love fixes itself on that which it has set its mind. Nothing tends to stabilize and unify all other faculties of the mind like love. That is why Jesus gave the greatest commandment to love God. When you begin to think of God as a substance present everywhere, your mind will not continuously cling to this idea. It will eventually turn away after a while and think that you do not have enough to pay all your bills. There, you have paused and lost momentum in your walk, and you must remedy this quickly. Affirm, I will not be led astray on the wrong path. Old ideas are a mistake and are nothing. They have no power over me. I will hold to this proposition. God is love, the substance of my supply. The Moabite woman clung so spiritually to Naomi that she would not leave her and accompanied her back to Palestine. She was faithful and steadfast in her love. What was the result of her fidelity to the principle? At first she was a gleaner, then she became the wife of a very wealthy man and was immortalized as one of the ancestors of David. This lesson of staying true to our highest ideals is something we must understand. Nothing is as important as standing firm to the ideal and never giving up the work we have set out to accomplish. Affirm the law continually and be faithful to it. Thus, you will succeed in its demonstration. Without a doubt, you have discovered that there is a spiritual law that manifests the thoughts upon which we focus our attention, a universal divine law of mental activity that is infallible. An adverse condition of your own thought has prevented a complete demonstration. Do not let this divert you from your fidelity to the law. It may seem that results manifest very slowly, but this is precisely the best reason to remain true to your ideal and not change your mind. Be faithful to the principle, and the adverse condition will then break. The true light will arrive, and the invisible substance that you have faithfully affirmed will begin to reveal itself to you in all its fullness of good. Jesus emphasized the idea that God has made abundant provision for all his children, even for the birds of the air and the lilies of the field. The Lord has clothed you with the substance of the soul as gloriously as he did for Solomon. But you must have faith in this substance of good that provides all, and through the continuity of your imagination, shape it to create the things you desire. If you persist in working this idea in your conscious mind, it will eventually descend into your subconscious and continue to work where things take form and manifest. The invisible substance, when your subconscious is filled to overflowing, will express itself, so to speak, in all your affairs. You will become more prosperous and successful in such a gradual and simple way that you will not realize it comes from a divine source and in response to your prayers. However, we must understand that everything we sow as seed in the subconscious soil will eventually produce according to its kind, and we must exercise the utmost caution not to think or speak of insufficiency or allow others to speak it to us. What we sow in the mind we will reap in manifestation. Some of our well-meaning friends have a way of loading us with ideas of hard times that scatter the substance of prosperity we have accumulated. Sometimes, even an adverse thought can cause it to slip away. Therefore, we must return and repair the broken deposit of the thought of substance. We must keep it in our minds in all its fullness, and never let it go even for a moment, to avoid delaying the work of demonstration. When you retire for the night, let your last thought be on the abundance of spiritual substance. Visualize it. It will then sink into your subconscious and continue to work, whether you are asleep or awake. The law of supply is a divine law. meaning it is a law of the Spirit and must operate through the Spirit. God will not go to the store to bring food to your table, but when you continue to think of God as your true supply, everything in your mind begins to awaken and connect with the divine substance, and as you shape it in your consciousness, ideas begin to arrive, connecting you to visible manifestation. First, you receive ideas in consciousness directly from their divine source. Then you begin to manifest externally. It is an exact, scientific, and infallible law. First the leaf, then the ear, then the full grain in the ear. When you work in harmony with this universal law, everything necessary is provided abundantly. Your role is simply to honor the law, which means to keep your mind filled with mental substance, to store spiritual substance until the mind is full and cannot help but manifest in your affairs in obedience to the law. To him who has, it will be given. But you do not honor the law when you allow thoughts of poverty to dwell in your mind. They attract other similar thoughts, and your consciousness will have no space for the truth that prosperity is for you. Poverty or prosperity, it all depends on you. Everything the Father has is yours, but you alone are responsible for the relationship of the Father's good with your life. By consciously recognizing your unity with the Father and His abundance, you attract the living substance to visible supply. Do not doubt that prosperity is for you. Do not feel unworthy. Exorcise all martyr ideas of poverty. No one enjoys poverty, but some seem to relish the sympathy and compassion it may evoke. Overcome any inclination in this direction and any belief that you are destined to be poor. No one is desperate until they resign themselves to their imagined fate. Think prosperity. Speak of it not in general terms but specifically, not as something for others but as your own right. Deny any appearance of failure. Remain true to your principles and face supply, support and success despite questions and doubts. Then give thanks for abundance in all your affairs, knowing with certainty that your good is now manifesting in spirit, in mind, and in manifestation. Psalm 23. The Lord is my banker, my credit is good. He makes me rest in the consciousness of omnipresent abundance. He gives me the key to his vault. He restores my faith in his riches. He guides me on the paths of prosperity for the love of his name. Yes, even though I walk in the valley of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. Your riches and your gold comfort me. You prepare a table before the tax collector. You fill my wallet with abundance, my measure overflows. Surely goodness and abundance shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will do business in the name of the Lord forever. The law that governs the manifestation of supply is such that it is certain that all men strive to comply with the law of their being, but few have understood the law. The law is one of the most important things we can study, for it is only to the extent that we come to understand it, and in proportion to our understanding, that we can meet its requirements and demonstrate our divine possibilities through it. By reading the scriptures, we gradually elevate our consciousness to the fact that they are not simply history, but we begin to learn them as exposing the principle or law of life. We discover that the great biblical figures fit into the pattern of our own consciousness, where they represent ideas. This makes the Bible a divine book of life, and not just the history of a people. The idea of the law is symbolized by Moses in our individual consciousness. He represents the negation, the negative side of the law that precedes its affirmative expression. Moses gave the law by saying, "You shall not," while Jesus represents the law in its affirmative expression, "You shall love the Lord your God." Moses could not enter the promised land, the state of four-dimensional consciousness, for there can be no negation there. Joshua, whose name has the same meaning as Jesus, entered the promised land and opened the way for the children of Israel. He represents the first step of the Spirit toward this full awareness of God's omnipresence and omnipotence, which was attained in Jesus. Moses was the legislator, and Jesus was, in his own words, the fulfillment of the law. We must begin to see this four-dimensional world within us, with its innate capacity for all things. Everything is here, everything that has ever been or could be, simply waiting to be brought to manifestation. The Lord has prepared a great feast and has invited us all, as Jesus explained in a parable. We have right here, inside and around us, this substance ready to be appropriated or consumed. Eating is the outer symbol of mental appropriation. We begin to break the bread, sharing the substance of the Spirit, abundantly provided everywhere. We have discovered that there is in us a vital force that can be accelerated to greater activity by thought. Everyone has demonstrated that they can overcome the negative condition of weakness by maintaining a thought of strength. Sometimes strength follows immediately after thought. Sometimes thought must be maintained persistently for days or weeks. In demonstrating the law of ever-present abundance, we must expect the same results. If the demonstration seems slow, patience and persistence will prevail. This may be due to the fact that the consciousness of poverty has a tenacious grip and requires effort to shake off. There is a law that governs the manifestation of supply, and we can learn this law and apply it through mental determination and faith in the logical consequences of spiritual realities. We have thought that God's laws were mysterious and sacred, very distant from the ordinary individual, and that it was better to first learn the laws of nutrition, medicine, and 1,000 other secondary things. A strict metaphysician considers all these temporary laws as secondary to the one law of God. This unique law, we are told, must be written in our hearts within us. There is therefore something in us that naturally responds to the law of God. If we accept this as true, that we know the unique law through intelligence, and that all other laws are secondary to it, we are capable of obtaining results by demonstrating prosperity in the natural world around us. We see that everything is governed by law. It is said that all animal life is guided by instinct. Many theories have been proposed to explain instinct in terms of material thought. Some philosophers have claimed it is something passed down from generation to generation, embedded in the germ cells. Whether true or not, everything indicates that there is a law within or around the cells that controls their formation and duplicates the pattern established long ago in Adam and Eve. This is the law written in us, which is not a figure of speech, but a recognized fact. We must seek the law within ourselves, and not outside. The laws we find outside are secondary laws. The infinite and creative spirit has given each of us a key to the operation of this infallible inner law. Everything we touch mentally or physically represents substance, and it is limited only by ourselves in our capacity for thought. We cannot ask God for more substance as the universe is filled with it. We can and must ask for understanding to appropriate this substance with our mind, that is, an increase in our capacity. Behind substance lies the idea of substance, and man is linked to the causal side of this idea through his unity with God. Perhaps you think you could live better and do more good if you had a lot of money. Things would not improve with $1 million unless you also have the understanding to use it for the good of yourself and others. Would you give $1 million to a child to buy candy and ice cream? We must evolve with our possession until we obtain the capacity to manage it. Then the law is fulfilled. Supply unfolds at the same rate as the need or capacity to use the substance develops. Let us become aware of this law of unfolding substance and commit ourselves to respect it within ourselves, developing our understanding and appreciation. We should ask each day for the amount we need or can manage. "Give us this day our daily bread" is a prayer that aligns with the divine law and responds to itself. The infinite has a legal way of providing for the needs of its children. Nothing is left to chance. God feeds the birds of the air and clothes the lilies of the field, and he will feed and clothe us unless we make this impossible by our refusal to accept his generosity. Paul said that the fulfillment of the law is love. This is exactly what we must do. Love the Lord, and love our neighbor as ourselves, and love our work. The law is there, within us, in our own hearts. We know what we must do. We do not have to pray or beg for God to give us something. All we have to do is meditate in silence and affirm the presence and power of the great giver of all, and then accept the gifts. Being faithful to the law means ceasing to look outside and turning inward to seek resources. Looking within means focusing the mind on God as the ever-present Spirit, who is also substance and power. Within each of us, there is a great wealth of thought. These thoughts are imprisoned in the subconscious, simply waiting to be released to work for us. They await the arrival of the Son of God who frees the prisoners and captives. This Son seeks now to express himself through you. It is you who must release your rich thoughts, unleash your innate powers, and draw from the rich substance of the Father all that you desire, by faith in the conquering power of Jesus Christ. The sensory mind will be overcome, and the spiritual mind will take control of your life and affairs. The sensory mind is filled with deficiencies and limitations, while the spiritual mind knows only unlimited abundance. You are connected to the universal spiritual mind through the Christ Spirit. It is through it that all things come to you. It is the channel to the total Spirit of the Father. Make the unity of the whole with the Spirit of Christ. Affirm that you are one with the Master, united with the substance that provides for all, and that your prosperity will overflow as you begin this process of conscious unification with the inner life and substance. This will begin to surge within you and overflow into your affairs, making you prosperous. Remain faithful to this inner life, regardless of external appearances, and you will not be able to prevent good things from manifesting. All manifest substance arises from a realm of light waves, according to the discoveries of modern physical science. James says that every good and perfect gift comes from above, from the Father of lights. This is an exact statement of a scientific law, even down to the use of the plural for the word lights, because as science states, one or more particles of light, electrons, form the atom, which is the basis of all material manifestation. Therefore, the ideas of God are the source of everything that appears. Accept this as an absolute truth, a truth that produces all, and consciously connect your mind with the Spirit of the Father. You will then begin to realize an inexhaustible prosperity coming from your own being. The German philosopher and poet Goethe said that what is highest and best in man has no form, and we must avoid giving it a form other than noble. This is a recognition of the truth that man has the ability within himself to give form to formless substance. Jesus expressed the law by saying, "Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven." This heaven is the realm of pure ideas in the mind. We are constantly incorporating these ideas into our minds and giving them form and shape according to our fidelity to the truth. For every metaphysician, this is a very important and delicate process, as it is through this that we develop our soul. The development of the soul is often compared to the development of a photographic plate. Light impresses the image onto the sensitive plate. First, or as James says, it is a gift from the Father of lights. Then there is an image on the plate, but it is invisible and unmanifested until it goes through a process of revelation. The Infinite Spirit has imagined all its attributes in the soul of each man, but man must reveal this image until it is transformed into a clear photograph. Much of this work must be done in darkness, with perfect faith in the law of manifestation. The photographer works in the darkroom, subjecting the plate to many processes. Sometimes, the developer may make a mistake in one of the operations, and the plate comes out with an imperfect image. Thus, the human condition may sometimes appear distorted, but the image of perfection imprinted by the creative spirit is there. This perfect image is the Christ within you, the hope of glory. Our bodies and affairs are the first trials in the development of the image, but floating in our minds are the higher ideas, the true image to be developed. Our minds are engaged more or less in a chemical process. It is not difficult to find a dividing line between physical chemistry and mental chemistry, as it follows the same law. However, what has been imagined can appear in the light with the appropriate method of development. Everything you imagine doing, you can achieve. In our human understanding, we have separated this imaging power of the mind from the executive power. Now they need to be gathered and unified, for when imagination and will work together, all is possible for man. The will is symbolized in the scriptures by the king. King Solomon was probably the richest man in the world, and in worldly terms, he was a great success. He demonstrated his prosperity and did not ask God for riches. Let us note this carefully. He asked God for wisdom for ideas. God is spirit, and his gifts are not material but spiritual. They are not things but ideas. Solomon asked for and received ideas, then developed them himself. Because he was wise, everyone came to his court seeking wisdom and bringing back riches. The king of Tyre brought him the materials needed to build the temple, and the queen of Sheba brought him great quantities of gold. From this we should learn to ask God for rich ideas, for substance, and then to put them into practice in our affairs. Do not hesitate to use the divine ideas that come to your mind, but do not forget their source or foundation. There are many people who are very competent executives. As soon as they get an idea, they use it. But they do not get very far because they forget the foundations on which these ideas rest and from which to start building. With a foundation of truth, ideas, and spiritual substance, We can build a lasting structure of prosperity. It will not be based on a false premise. It will stand when the rains fall, the floods come, and the winds blow and beat upon it. We do not wish for prosperity today and poverty tomorrow. We desire to seek the constant realization, day after day, of abundance. Jesus understood and used this law of forming formless substance through the power of imagination and will. When the woman touched the hem of his garment, a portion of that substance, of which he was keenly aware, flowed from him and immediately healed her. He remarked that someone had touched him in the crowd, but no substance had gone out of his body at those contacts. Only the woman of faith had openly received the healing substance and consciously appropriated it. This demonstrated her faith, and Jesus told her to take courage, for her faith had healed her. The same substance was available to others who pressed against him, but only those who recognized it and appropriated it received it. Similarly, you and I will gain no benefit, even though the substance is all around us and within us, unless we recognize its presence by faith and cling to it as she clung to the hem of his garment. Jesus recognized the omnipresence of substance when he used it to multiply the loaves and fishes. He was aware of it at all times. Once, he told the apostles that he had food to eat that they did not know about. He incorporated this divine substance into his body cell by cell, replacing mortal flesh with spiritual substance until his entire body was immortalized. He demonstrated this and explained to us how it happened. He said, "He who believes in me will do the works I do, and he will do even greater things." So why are there so many poor, anxious, sick, or tormented people? There is a way, a law, and a wisdom to apply the law, and there is an abundance of substance waiting to be formed by each of us into what we desire when we apply this law. As children of God, there is an inherent drive that instinctively clings to what it considers its own. Even very young children love to have their own toys and keep them separate from those of other children. There is nothing to condemn in this, as it is the natural result of a divine law. It demonstrates that we know, deep down in our being, that we have been provided for since the foundation of the world, and that we have a right to our own portion without questioning it. The power of the Spirit to bring us what we are divinely entitled to is a power that can be cultivated and should be. We are now at the threshold of a new financial mindset. Let us eliminate the misconception that men must be poor to be righteous. Money is a tool for man, not his master. Money was made for man, not man for money. Only those who place money above man and give it power in their minds by worshipping it are the rich men Jesus referred to in his story about the camel and the eye of the needle. It is not money that controls men, but the ideas they have about money. Poverty ideas are just as powerful in enslaving men as ideas of wealth. Each man must be taught to manage ideas more than money, so he can use them and not be dominated by them. Some physical scientists tell us that the time is approaching when men will be able to manufacture everything they need or desire at their fingertips. Man will no longer have to wait for sowing and harvesting times when he learns to use the power of his mind. When we have this consciousness in which our ideas are tangible, all our requests will be quickly met by the higher law. Pour out your ideas, the entire life and power of your focused thought, and they will clothe themselves with reality. When Jesus ventured into the desert with his still inexperienced mental powers, he was tempted to turn stones into bread. We have all faced this temptation, and most of us have succumbed. We obtain our bread from material things instead of from the words that come from the mouth of God. It is the word, the idea, that nourishes the soul of man, which is acknowledged. But we must realize that it is also the word, the idea, that nourishes the body and affairs of man. For unless the word is recognized and appropriated, there is a lack of true substance, and there is no satisfaction in food. Fortunately, the Father knows we need all these things, and in his compassion and mercy he feeds us with substance, even when we are still trying to assimilate stones. If we were to seek first the kingdom of God, the substance, all these things would be added unto us, and we would consciously enjoy the fullness of life, the abundant life of Jesus Christ. There is a universal law of increase that does not limit itself to bank accounts, but operates on all planes of manifestation. The conscious cooperation of man is necessary to achieve the best results in the functioning of this law. You must use your talent, whatever it may be, to increase it. Have faith in the law, do not overthink, but move forward with faith and boldness. If you allow yourself to think of someone or an external condition as an obstacle to your increase, it becomes an obstacle for you because you have applied the law of increase to it. The fear of this can make you timid and bury your talent, which nullifies the law. Keep your eyes on the abundant inner reality and do not let external appearances shake you. Do not scrutinize yourself too much, nor your current condition. Dwelling on your apparent limitations only prolongs your stay and slows your progress. A child loses sight of everything except their growth. They see themselves as a bigger child, even as a man. It is the childlike spirit that finds the kingdom. So look to the perfect man you must be in spirit, and see yourself as the beloved Son, in whom the Father is well pleased. God gives the increase, as Scripture tells us. This must be remembered, for we often think that increase is the result of our personal efforts. Increase comes through the operation of a universal law, and our role is to comply with this law. Use the talent of life and it will wonderfully develop. Do this by speaking of life, praising it, and thanking God for it. Act as if you are fully alive, and you will rejoice in being alive and achieve a new realization of life, an increase of life itself. Never allow yourself to be influenced by the words of man who says, "I cannot," or who believes in limitations. Wrap your talent in faith. Do not bury it in negative ground. Be positive in spirit and you will succeed. All the negative talents buried in the depths of material thought can be resurrected by the Spirit and transformed into something positive, correctly used to contribute to the increase of your good. Appetite and passion, which are diminishing and destructive in the material realm, can become increasing and constructive when directed toward the things of the Spirit. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be satisfied. If an apparent deficiency exists in the world of men, it is because the requirements of the law of manifestation have not been fulfilled. This law is based on the Spirit and its functioning through thoughts and words. The key to the functioning of the Spirit is symbolically exposed in the Genesis account of the 6 days of creation. The spirit of man goes through the same steps to bring an idea to manifestation. Between the perception of an idea and its manifestation, there are 6 defined and positive movements, followed by a 7th day of rest, where the spirit relaxes and sees its work coming to fruition. To bring forth a manifestation from God's abundant provision, one makes the first step by saying, "Let there be light," that is, let there be understanding. You must have a clear perception of the principle that supports the proposition, God will provide. The only universal and eternal substance of God, which is the source of all, must be discerned. As long as you depend solely on money, you worship a false god and have not discerned the light. You must first enter into the understanding that God, omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient, is the source, and that you can turn to him without limits. Once you establish this light, you have begun your demonstration and can move on to the second step. Establishing a firmament, that is, a stable place in the mind, a separation between the true and the apparent. This is done through affirmation. By affirming God as your supply and support, your words will, in due time, become substance for you, the substance of faith. The third step is the transformation of this intangible substance. Let the dry land appear, meaning the omnipresent substance in your mind. Form what you desire through the power of imagination. If what you need is food, visualize yourself being generously provided for with food. If you have followed the other steps, you can imagine in your mind the things you desire and bring them into your manifest world. If the earlier steps of understanding and faith have not been followed first, there will, of course, be no demonstration, because above all, the creative law is ordered and operates through progressive steps. Many people have tried to demonstrate by visualizing and concentrating, but have failed because they put the third step first, without having developed understanding or faith. If you work according to the law, following its ordered operation, as revealed in the steps of creation, you cannot fail. For when you have adhered to the law, you have found the kingdom. Jesus recognized that order is a fundamental factor in the law of increase when he fed the multitude. He had them sit down in groups. If we examine the account carefully, we see that there was much preparation beforehand before the demonstration. There was a recognition of the ideas, the seeds, the loaves, and the fish brought by the little boy. There was a prayer of gratitude for this provision, and then it was blessed. All this preceded the actual manifestation and appropriation of the provision. Every manifestation rests on the same law of increase and follows the same ordered steps. Pray, but let your prayer be affirmative, for that is the prayer of faith. A supplicating prayer is a prayer of doubt. Continue to pray until the affirmations become a mental habit. The racial thought of lack must be penetrated and charged in such a way with the truth of God's omnipresent abundance that all consciousness of lack and poverty disappears from the face of the earth. The more we trust in the simplicity and infallibility of the law, the better our individual demonstration will be, and the more we will contribute to the transformation of the racial thought that causes lack and hunger. Those who make the greatest spiritual demonstrations are not the wise of the world, but the obedient children of the law in the bosom of infinite love. Consider that what you need is already manifested and is yours. Do not postpone it for an uncertain future. God wants you to have it now. Always remember the omnipresence of God, and if doubts arise, do not entertain them. Say, I trust in omnipotence. I refuse to be anxious for tomorrow or even for the next minute. I know that God provides for the fulfillment of His divine idea, and I am that divine idea. This divine idea is the Son, the perfect man, the Christ, begotten on the sixth day. If you want to have your inheritance, you must not omit this realization of the sixth day. God expresses Himself as man and works through man to bring perfection to expression. To abandon all anxiety and trust in the Lord does not mean to remain inactive. My Father works until now, and I work too. We must work as God works, work with God as a son follows the occupation of his Father. We must form what God created in the first chapter of Genesis. We see how the Father works. The various steps of His method are clearly indicated, and we will have results only if we faithfully follow them. Some people think that prosperity is something separate from their spiritual experience, outside the bounds of religion. They live in two worlds, one for 6 days a week when man directs things, and the other on the seventh day when God has the opportunity to show what He can do. This is not the way to demonstrate God in the fullness of all things. Do all things for the glory of God 7 days a week instead of just one. Bring God into all your affairs. Use this thought in silence and bring God and His law of prosperity into your affairs. I trust in your universal law of prosperity in all my affairs. The wealth of the Spirit manifests in wealth and prosperity. According to Webster, prosperity is progress or gain in something good or desirable, successful progress or the accomplishment of a desired goal. Prosperity does not mean the same thing for two people. For a wage earner, a few extra dollars in weekly income may seem like wonderful prosperity, as it means an improvement in the comfort and well-being of his family. A man involved in large business considers prosperity in broader terms and does not see himself as prosperous unless things are happening on a large scale. Between these extremes, there are many ideas of prosperity, clearly showing that prosperity does not reside in the possession of things, but in the recognition of the supply and the knowledge of free and open access to an inexhaustible reservoir of all that is good or desirable. In the great thought of God there is no thought of lack, and such thought has no legitimate place in your mind. It is your birthright to be prosperous, no matter who you are or where you are. Jesus said to all men, "Seek first His kingdom and His righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you." This does not mean that if you belong to a certain church, you will be prosperous, for righteousness does not conform to a particular religious belief, but to the law of right thinking, regardless of creed, dogma, or form of religion. Enter into the thought of prosperity, and you will manifest prosperity. Cultivate the habit of thinking about the abundance present everywhere, not only in the forms of imagination, but also in external forms. Jesus made no separation between the two, as if they were in conflict. He said, "Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's." Put things in their proper relation, the spiritual first and the material second, each in its place, and give each its due. You must first realize that prosperity is not entirely a matter of capital or environment, but a condition brought about by certain ideas that have been allowed to reign in consciousness. When these ideas change, conditions also change, despite the environment and all appearances that must also change to adjust to the new ideas. Those who suddenly become wealthy without building a consciousness of prosperity quickly separate themselves from their money. Those who are born and raised in this abundance can often enjoy prosperity all their lives, even without ever making an effort to earn a dollar for themselves. This is because the ideas of abundance are so ingrained in their atmosphere of thought that they become part of themselves. They have the consciousness of prosperity, where there exists no idea of condition in which the needs of life could be lacking. Sometimes we are asked if we advocate for the accumulation of wealth. No, the accumulation of wealth, as we have explained, is useless unless it is the result of a rich consciousness. Rather, we advocate for the accumulation of rich ideas, ideas that are useful, constructive, and serve the well-being of all humanity. The outward manifestation of wealth may or may not follow, but the replenishment of all needs will occur, for the person with rich ideas trusts in a power that provides for all and never fails. They may not have an extra penny, but their ideas are valuable, and they have faith, a condition that must attract money to help them advance. This is true wealth. Not an accumulation of money, but access to an inexhaustible resource that can be consulted at any time to meet any rightful demand. When a person has this consciousness of wealth, there is no need to accumulate gold, stocks, bonds, or other properties to guarantee future supply. Such a person can be very generous with their wealth without fear of depleting it, for their ideas will keep them in constant contact with abundance. Those who think of accumulating material wealth, a dominant thought in today's world, are unbalanced. They have a fear of losing their wealth that makes their possession uncertain. Their prosperity is based on a misguided idea of the source of wealth, which over time leads to disaster. The sin of wealth lies not in possession, but in the love of money, a material selfishness that leads to the famine of the soul. It is not a crime to be rich, nor a virtue to be poor, as some reformers would have us believe. The sin lies in the accumulation of wealth and the hindrance of its free circulation to those in need. Those who are far from wealth, by doing useful work that contributes to the well-being of the masses, are the safeguard of the country. Fortunately, there are many people in this country who have a consciousness of prosperity. If we all had a consciousness of poverty, famines would be as common here as they are in India or China. Millions of people in those lands are trapped in a perpetual mindset of poverty and suffer from needs in all forms, from cradle to grave. The weight of the poverty mindset affects the earth in such a way that it holds back its produce year after year, and many people die of hunger. The universal spirit controls all nature and possesses all its products. The earth is the Lord's, and its fullness is a great truth. The insignificant and personal man uses all his cunning to obtain the products of nature, but he is always defeated in the end. Only the universal man of the Spirit is in undisputed possession, and to him the Father says, "All that is mine is yours." Jesus did not own a foot of land, and evidently he had no money, for the apostles carried the campaign funds. He did not even have a bathtub like Diogenes, and he had nowhere to lay his head. Yet he always enjoyed the best entertainment. He assumed that everything he needed was his. The invisible ethers provided the counter from which he distributed food to thousands of people. He was rich in every sense of the word because he had the consciousness of prosperity, and demonstrated that the earth with all its fullness belongs to the Lord, whose righteous children are the heirs and possessors of all things. We must eliminate anxious thoughts and assume the perfect abandonment of the Son of Nature, and when this attitude is combined with the relationship of unlimited resources, the divine law of prosperity is fulfilled. Imagination is a wonderful creative power. It builds all things from the one substance. When you combine it with faith, you make things as real as those created by God, for man is a co-creator with God. Everything you form in the mind and bring to become something substantial must be monitored regarding what you place your faith in. If it concerns material forms or shadows that cease to exist as soon as your mental support withdraws, you are building a temporary substance that will disappear and leave you with nothing. Place your faith in what is real, or as Jesus said to his disciples, have faith in God. The true quest of all people is the search for God. They may think they are seeking other things, but they must ultimately admit that they are seeking God. Having once felt his presence within them, they are deeply aware that only God can satisfy this inner need. The place where we meet God must be so secure and pure that we can never confuse his voice or hide from his face. This place is what we know as the Spirit, the deepest part of the soul, the kingdom of heaven within us. However, it is not enough to concentrate and maintain thoughts of abundance without further effort. This would limit the law solely to thought, and we want it to manifest as well. Cultivating ideas of abundance is the first step of the process. The ideas that come must be utilized. You must be attentive to do everything that comes to you with joy and skill, being sure of the results, for this is the second step in the fulfillment of the law. You can do anything you want with the thoughts of your mind. They are yours and under your control. You can direct them, constrain them, suppress them, or crush them. You can dissolve one thought and replace it with another. There is no other place in the universe where you are the absolute master. The domain that has been given to you as a divine right is solely over your own thoughts. When you fully understand this and begin to exercise the control that God has given you, you will start to find the way to God, the only door to Him, the door of spirit and thought. If you fear that you won't have the needs of life for tomorrow, next week, or the following year, or for your old age, or that your children will find themselves in poverty, renounce that thought. Do not allow yourself, even for a moment, to think of anything that should be outside the realm of good that watches over all and provides for all. You know, even from your outer experience, that the universe is self-sufficient and that its balance is established by law. The same law that supports everything also applies to you. Claim your identity under this law, your unity with the all, and rest in the eternal arms of the cause that knows no lack. If you find yourself in a condition of poverty, this mental attitude will attract opportunities to improve your situation. Isolate your mind from the destructive thoughts of those who operate under the belief of hard times. If your associations speak of financial difficulties, assert even more resolutely your dependence on the abundance of God. By doing this, you place yourself under a divine law of demand and supply that is never influenced by market fluctuations or the opinions of men. Every time you send a sincere thought of faith into the I am part of yourself, you trigger a chain of causes that must bring the results you seek. Ask for what you want in the name of the Christ of your inner divine I am, and your requests will be fulfilled, both in heaven and on earth. They will hasten to realize your desires. But when you have asked for something, be attentive to receive it when it comes. People complain that their prayers are not answered when in reality, they are not awake to receive the answer when it arrives. If you ask for money, do not look for an angel from heaven to bring it to you on a silver platter. Instead, keep your eyes open for a new opportunity to earn money, an opportunity that will come as surely as your life. These are some tangible steps on the path to the greatest manifestation you desire. No one receives the keys to the Father's reservoir of wealth before proving their faith and reliability. Then they can enter and distribute the goods freely. If worldly men, with their selfish ideas of mine and yours, were endowed with the power to instantly produce anything they desired, they would undoubtedly impose even greater oppressions on their fellow beings, and conditions would not improve. A stonecutter sees a block of marble as hours of work, while Michelangelo sees it as an angel he has the privilege to bring forth. This is the difference between those who see the material world as full of matter and those who look at it with the eyes of spirit and imagination working toward perfection. The one who paints a picture or carves a sculpture first sees it in their mind. They imagine it first. If they want a strong image, they make strength an element of their image. If they want beauty and character, they infuse it with love. They may only see the perfect image when all these elements are combined, and then it requires only a small effort to transfer it from their mind to the canvas or marble. On the sixth day of creation, it is said that God imagined man and made him in his image and likeness. This does not mean that God resembles man or that he creates a personal being in human form. We create a thing in our own image, the image we hold in our mind for that thing, and our creation does not resemble us at all. God has no form because he is spirit. God is an idea that man has tried to objectify in various forms. He is the universal substance, the life that animates the substance, and the love that unites it. Man naturally gives a certain form to every idea he has, even the idea of God, for the formative faculty of the mind is always at work, whether we are awake or asleep. We obtain material to form mental images from both the outside and the inside. This imaginative or formative power of the mind could do nothing if it did not have the substance it uses to form. It would not be possible to make bread without flour and the other ingredients. However, even with all the ingredients at hand, one could not make bread without having the power to imagine the bread in their mind. This may seem simple, but the fact is that the power to form the object is less common than the available material. Flour and water are abundant, but only certain people can use them correctly to form appetizing bread. The same goes for prosperity. The substance is everywhere, filling the entire universe. There is no lack. If we have not succeeded in forming the things we need and desire, it is not due to a lack of substance, but because of a lack of understanding of how to use our imaginative power in the world. I go through periods of apparent lack because people have refused to build their prosperity on the omnipresent and enduring inner substance, and have, instead, attempted to focus on the visible substance outside. This external substance is formed by the negative power of men in past ages. It seems limited, and men fight for it, forgetting their own divine power to create their own substance from the unlimited supply of their inner being. The lesson for all of us should be to build our prosperity on the inner substance. Those who manifest prosperity through the law of men have nothing permanent. All their possessions can be swept away in an instant. They have not built on the ordered law of God, and without God's generous thoughts, no one can have a lasting consciousness of their prosperity. No disease, poverty, or other negative condition can enter our domain unless we invite it. It also cannot remain with us unless we entertain it. The conscious power over all these conditions is one of our greatest pleasures and a part of our divine inheritance. But we must learn the law and apply the power in the correct manner. Men are aware of lack because they are tempted by Satan, the serpent of the senses. The Garden of Eden is within us here and now, and the subtle temptation to eat from the tree of sensations is still with us. We have received power over the animal forces of the body, the beasts of the field, and we must tame and manage them rather than feed them. When we conquer the inner animals, it will be easy to train them to the outside. This truth of overcoming is taught in all scriptures, and we can demonstrate it in our lives because God has endowed us with the power to conquer. We must harness this inherent power and start using it constructively. The entire human family seems to be completely mad. All our economic and social problems relate to the selfishness of the sensual man. We will never overcome these external conditions until we overcome their causes in the inner soul of ourselves. War, peace, abundance, hunger, good times, and depressions will surely repeat until we take control of the mental substance from the sensual man and give it to the spiritual man. We know there is a spiritual man, and we ideally await his arrival, but he will never come until we bring him forth. We wait and pray for the arrival of better things, but as Mark Twain once said about the weather, nobody does anything about it. We can do something about self-control, and each of us must do so if we want to improve our physical, financial, moral, and spiritual condition. We must raise this serpent of the senses as Moses raised the serpent in the desert, and control it in the name of Christ. Eliminate all negative thoughts that come to your mind. However, do not spend all your time negotiating. Rather, dedicate a large part to a clear understanding of the present and waiting substance and life everywhere. Some of us have inherited difficult times by becoming preoccupied with the incessant race around us. Do not allow yourself to do this. Remember your identity. You are a child of God, and your inheritance is in Him. You are the heir to all that the Father possesses. Let the I Am save you from any negative thought. The arrows that fly by day and the pestilence that threatens are these negative thoughts of the race in the mental atmosphere. The I Am consciousness will save you from the desert of denial and lead you to the promised land of abundance flowing with milk and honey. Deny that you can lose anything. Release negative thoughts of financial loss or other types of loss, and become aware that there is never any loss in the entire universe. Opportunities are everywhere, just as they always have been, to produce everything you need financially or otherwise. God wants you to be a producer of new ideas. These come from within. Do not think for a moment that you are limited to ideas coming from outside. Many of them are outdated anyway and no longer useful. That is why we go through periods of change, so that outdated ideas can be discarded and replaced by new and better ones. Since the beginning of the so-called Depression, there have been more inventions than in any other similar period in US history. This proves that new ideas are within man, waiting to be called forth and expressed. We can find new ways of living and new methods of working. We are not confined to the forms and methods of the past. When we commune with the inner spirit and ask for new ideas, they always appear. When these ideas from within are recognized, They get to work and rise to the surface. Then all the thoughts we have had as well as those of others combine, and new things happen quickly. Let us stop servilely depending on others for everything and become producers. Only in this direction do happiness and success lie. Let us begin to focus on that inner man, that powerful man who produces things, who receives his ideas from a higher dimension, who brings forth ideas from a new territory, the land of Canaan. What kind of character do you give to this inner substance through your thoughts? Change your ideas and increase your substance in the mind, just as Elisha increased the oil for the widow. Find larger and abundant containers. Even a small idea of substance can be added to and increased. The widow had a very small amount of oil, but as the prophet blessed it, it increased until it filled all the containers she could borrow from her neighbors. We must form the habit of blessing everything we have. To some, it may seem foolish to bless our 5 or 10-cent pieces, but we know that we are thereby activating the law of increase. All substance is one and connected, whether visible or invisible. The Spirit loves something that is already formed and tangible so that suggestion can take hold. With this image, the Spirit begins to work to extract a similar substance from the invisible realm and thus increase what we have in hand. Jesus used a small amount of bread and fish to produce a large quantity, and Elisha used a tiny amount of oil to produce a great quantity of oil. Similarly, when we bless our money or other possessions, we apply a divine law of increase that has been demonstrated many times. Another step in demonstrating prosperity is preparing the consciousness to receive the increase. If we pray for rain, we must ensure that we have our umbrellas with us. You read in chapter 3 of 2 Kings how Elisha brought water from the invisible to fill the ditches in the desert. First, the ditches had to be dug in the dry earth. This required faith, but the kings had it and dug trenches throughout a great valley, as Elisha had commanded. It was through Elisha's understanding, who knew the truth about the invisible substance, that this apparent miracle was accomplished. However, the ditches had to be prepared, and you must prepare your consciousness for the entry of universal substance. Obey the law of nature, just as you would with water or any other visible and fluid thing, and prepare a place for it. Fill everything you have in your mind, whether containers, ditches, or your wallet. It is unwise to wait for a demand too specific. You might visualize dollars and see them arrive. Do not limit substance to what you think you need or want. Instead, expand your consciousness and give the infinite Spirit the freedom to work. All that is good and necessary will be provided for you. Make your declarations broad and comprehensive so that your mind can expand into infinity, rather than trying to fit infinity into your mind. Declare to expand your mind and fill it with the richness of substance. Infinite wisdom guides me. Divine love prospers me, and I succeed in all that I undertake. In tranquility and confidence, I affirm the attracting power of divine love as my constantly increasing source of supply. I have unlimited faith in the omnipresent substance that increases and multiplies with my word of abundance, abundance, and abundance. Father, I thank you for the unlimited increase of spirit, money, and business. God has provided prosperity for every household. The household is the heart of the nation. The heart is the center of love, and love is the greatest attracting power in the world. The electromagnet that lifts steel bars must first be charged with electric current, for without it, it has no power. Likewise, the heart of man, or the household, which is the heart of the nation, must be radiant with the love of God. Then, it becomes a magnet that attracts all good from all directions. God has abundantly provided for every household, but the provision is in the universal substance, which responds only to law. By applying the law, substance is attracted to us and begins to work for our benefit. The law of love is that we have all we desire, just as a father gives gifts to his children. Thus the Lord gives to us out of love. When we desire correctly, we place our thoughts in the realm of the higher spirit, we connect with the Spirit of God, and we extract the invisible substance that manifests in temporary things. Substance thus becomes part of our mind, and through it, part of our affairs. We attract spiritual substance to us, just as a magnet attracts iron. When we think that the love of God draws to us the necessary substance for support and supply, this substance begins to accumulate around us, and as we remain aware of it, it starts to manifest in all our affairs. Perfect love casts out fear. Fear is a great creator. of poverty as it breaks positive thoughts. Negative thoughts lead to conditions of the same nature. The first thing to do to demonstrate prosperity in the household is to reject all negative thoughts and words. Build an atmosphere of positive thoughts in the household, an atmosphere free of fear and full of love. Do not allow any word of poverty or lack to limit the attracting power of love in the household. Carefully select the words that fill the atmosphere of the household with the idea of abundance, for like attracts like, both in the invisible and the visible. Never make an affirmation in the household, no matter how true it may seem on the surface, that you would not want to see persist afterward. By speaking of poverty and lack, you make a comfortable place for those unwelcome guests by your hearth, and they will want to stay. Instead, fill the household with thoughts and words of abundance, love, and the substance of God. Then the unwelcome guests will soon depart. Do not say that money is scarce. That very statement will make it flee. Do not say that times are hard for you. Those words tighten the strings of your purse until the same omnipotence cannot slip a dime through. Start now to speak abundantly, think abundantly, and give thanks for abundance. Prepare all the members of the household to do the same. Make it a game. It's very fun, and moreover, it really works. All households can be prosperous, and there should be no poor households, for poverty is caused only by lack of harmony, fear, and negative thoughts and words. Every visible element of wealth can be traced back to an invisible source. The first comes from the grain planted in the earth, but who sees or knows the invigorating love that touches the seed and makes it produce 30, 60, or 100-fold? An invisible force from an invisible source acts on the tiny seeds and brings forth supply for the multitude. The physical substance we call earth is the visible form of a superabundant mental substance present everywhere, which permeates all things and inspires all things to action. When the grain or seed is put in the ground, the invigorating thought of the universe ensures that the tiny germ of life seizes the spiritual substance surrounding it, and what we call matter reveals itself to be a form of spirit. There is no matter. Everything is spirit. Words are also seeds, and when they fall into the invisible spiritual substance, they grow and produce according to their kind. Do men gather grapes from thorns or figs from thistles? Farmers and gardeners choose their seeds with the greatest care, rejecting any defective seed they find, thus ensuring a bountiful harvest. To have prosperity in your household, you must exercise the same intelligent discrimination in choosing the words of your seeds. You must expect prosperity if you follow the law of prosperity. So thank each blessing you receive and express your gratitude deeply for each manifestation, even for an unexpected treasure that has fallen into your lap. This will keep your heart fresh, for true gratitude can be likened to rain falling on the earth. The little you had has been multiplied into such abundance that the crowd was satisfied, and there was still some left over. The blessing has not lost its power since the time Jesus used it. Try it, and you will see its effectiveness. The same power of multiplication is present today. Praise and gratitude share the vivifying spiritual power that produces growth and increase in all things. You must never condemn anything in your home. If you wish for new furniture or clothing to replace what you currently have, do not speak of your current belongings as if they are old or in poor condition. Be mindful of your words. Dress appropriately as a child of the King and imagine your home furnished according to your ideal. In doing so, you will plant the seed of wealth and abundance in the atmosphere of your home, and everything will come to you. Use the patience, wisdom, and consistency that a farmer employs in planting and cultivating, and your harvest will be assured. Your words about the truth are energized and vitalized by the living Spirit. Your mind is now open and receptive to an influx of divine ideas that will inspire your understanding of the power of your own thoughts and words. You are prosperous. Your home is a magnet of love that attracts all good from the infallible and inexhaustible supply. Its increase comes from its proper respect for the law of God in the household. The blessing of the Lord enriches and adds no sorrow. Jesus taught men how to live in rest and peace, a simple life. Where the simplicity of his teachings is received and appreciated, people change their way of living, setting aside ostentation and opting for the simplicity and beauty of things that are worthwhile. Every summer, those who can afford it plan vacations, and many enjoy a small cabin in the woods where they can lead a simple, natural life close to nature. This shows that they aspire to free themselves from the burdens of conventionality and to rest in touch with the reality of things. The soul tires of the weariness of the artificial world and must periodically have a time of rest. Jesus invites, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." There is a great difference between simple living and poverty. The two have been associated in the minds of some people, leading them to avoid the idea of a simple existence. Even those who have reached a certain degree of spiritual understanding sometimes dismiss any thought of a simple life, fearing that others might think they do not demonstrate prosperity. In such cases, those who judge should remember not to judge by appearances, and those who are judged should be satisfied with God's praise more than with the praise of men. All those who base their prosperity solely on possessions have a purely material prosperity which, though it may appear great for a time, will eventually fade away as it is based on external change and has no root in consciousness. There is a great similarity in the households of almost all people with similar incomes. Each, following the conscious suggestion, furnishes their home with the same types of things as their neighbors. Here and there are exceptions. Someone expresses their individuality by surpassing the suggestion of the masses and buying the type of furniture they truly want, or that is genuinely comfortable and useful. This free and independent spirit has many advantages for demonstrating prosperity. Even the need to conform to others, or to possess as much as others, engenders a spirit of anxiety that makes it difficult to exercise faith in demonstration. Simple living does not imply poverty, nor is it ascetic. It is as different from austerity as it is from rampant luxury. It is the natural, free, and childlike way of living. One never truly knows what true prosperity is until they attain this simplicity and independence of mind. Simple living is a state of consciousness. It is peace, warmth, and satisfaction in the joy of living and loving, and it is realized by thinking of God and worshipping Him in spirit and truth. You want to learn to demonstrate prosperity in your household through the correct exercise of the powers and faculties that God has given you. Understand from the start that you possess these powers and faculties. You have everything needed for the demonstration of prosperity, and you can undertake this with the utmost confidence and faith. You can call upon the omnipresent substance throughout all eternity, and yet it will never diminish, for it consists of ideas. Through thought, you take some of these ideas into your mind, and they begin to manifest in your affairs. Love is one of the ideas that provides a key to the infinite reservoir of abundance. It opens up generosity within us and encourages generosity in others. When we start to love and bless them, it will also open a spirit of generosity in God. He will surely do so. If you love and bless God consciously, you will soon discover that things come to you. You will be surprised to find that simply thinking of God will attract to you the things you desire and expect, as well as many other blessings you hadn't even thought of. Thousands of people have tested this law with complete satisfaction, and we have many testimonies illustrating how people have demonstrated abundance despite apparent lack, simply by thinking of God's love and thanking Him for what they have. This law will demonstrate for you or for anyone who faithfully applies it, for love never fails. Businessmen and industrialists have demonstrated large sums of money through love. They did not love God, but the love of money drew them to Him, bringing substance to them and allowing them to accumulate wealth, but merely as material, without the divine idea that ensures permanence. We hear about high-finance individuals who go bankrupt just as often as we hear about those who amass great fortunes. When we develop a spiritual consciousness, we transfer our personal love to a higher and more stable plane, from love for money and material possessions to love for God. Designed this way, this love will attract all the resources of the infinite spirit to us forever and ever. Once the connection is established with God's universal bank, we have a permanent source of wealth. Jesus said that when we approach the altar to make an offering, we should have nothing against our brother in our hearts. He said that before we can connect with the love and power of God, we must first reconcile with our brother. This means we must cultivate love for our fellow beings in order to implement the attractive force of love. All we need to do is accelerate our love for others by thinking of love and expelling from our minds any hatred or fear that would weaken the perfect functioning of this powerful magnet. When love attracts, hatred dissipates. Before you approach the altar of God's abundance, go and reconcile with your brothers. Befriend even the powers of money. Do not envy the rich. Never condemn those who have money simply because they do and you do not. Do not ask yourself how they obtained their money or whether they are honest or not. It is none of your concern. What matters to you is to obtain what is yours, and you do that by thinking of God's omnipresent substance and how you can lay hold of it through love. Connect with God's riches in spirit, seize them through love, and you will have what you need for each day. Love is the fulfillment of the law. The eternal law of the Spirit continues to operate regardless of what you may think, say, or do. It is ordained that love brings you prosperity, and you do not need to wonder if it will or how it will. Do not worry about what you will eat, drink, or how you will be clothed. Worry is a thief and a robber that prevents you from receiving good and breaks the law of love. The law says, "Perfect love casts out fear." Cast out worry by silently and confidently affirming the attractive power of divine love as a constantly active magnet that draws your unfailing supply. A good affirmation to dispel worry is, "Divine love abundantly provides and increases the substance to meet all my needs." Almost all books or articles on success or prosperity emphasize the known virtues of honesty, industry, system and order, faithfulness, and hard work. These provide an excellent foundation and can be developed. Anyone with determination and will can overcome habits of laziness, neglect, and weakness. The use of will is very important in demonstrating prosperity. If there is disorder or a lack of system in your home, overcome it. Affirm, "I want to be orderly, I will be orderly, I will be systematic in all my work and affairs, I am systematic, I am orderly, I am efficient." It is necessary to use willpower to be persistent, and we must be persistent to make demonstrations. Sporadic efforts count for little, and many people give up too easily if things do not succeed at first. They claim the law is incorrect and make no further efforts. Anything worth as much as prosperity in the home, especially a permanent and unfailing supply that continues to meet daily needs year after year, is worth any effort we can make. So be patient but persistent. Declare, "I do not get discouraged. I am persistent. I continue when success does not manifest after our first efforts." We get discouraged and give up when success does not appear after our initial attempts. We then try to console ourselves with the thought that it is God's will for us to be poor. Poverty is not God's will, but man links it to God to excuse his own feelings of incapacity and defeat. God's will is health, happiness, and prosperity for every man, and having all that is good and beautiful in the home expresses God's will for us. God's will is not expressed in a hovel or in a home where discord, lack, and unhappiness prevail. Even a human guest would not stay long in such a home. To have a prosperous household, prepare it as the residence of God who gives prosperity to all his children and adds no sorrow. Determined to know God's will and to fulfill it. Affirm, "I am determined to succeed by doing God's will." This summarizes the entire law. God is more willing to give than we are to receive. What we must do is determine what his will is, what he is trying to give, and open ourselves to receive his generosity. We do this by being ready to do his will. You can be and have all that you wish to be and have. Desire to be healthy, desire to be happy, desire to be prosperous. There are many people who want to be prosperous and who have decided, according to their beliefs, with much determination, but who have not overcome all their doubts. When their demonstration is delayed, as it sometimes happens, doubt increases until they completely lose faith. What they need is more persistence and determination. The word determination is a good word, a strong and substantial word with power. Jesus said his words were spirit and life and would never pass away. Emerson said that words are alive, and if you cut them, they bleed. Use the word determined and incorporate it into your affirmations. If things do not happen fast enough, decide to be patient. If negative thoughts arise, decide to be positive. If you feel anxious about the results, decide to be optimistic. In response to every thought of lack or need, decide to be prosperous. The Lord has prosperity to offer, and those who are determined will seek their share. Jesus was quite positive and very decisive in all his affirmations. He made great affirmations for God and demonstrated them without the slightest doubt that money would be there. He told Peter to put his hand in the mouth of the fish and take the desired money. His prayers were made up of one strong affirmation after another. The Lord's Prayer is a series of determined affirmations. Let us affirm that God's will is for us to be rich, prosperous, and successful. Decide that this is God's will for you and your household, and you will make your demonstration. In the Old Testament, in chapter 4 of 2 Kings, there is a good lesson on prosperity for every household. The widow represents someone who has lost the consciousness of God's supply and support. This divine idea of the Lord as an abundant source is our true support. The two children of this household represent thoughts of doubt, what the family owes, and what someone owes to the family. The prophet is divine understanding, the house is the consciousness of the body, and the jar of oil is faith in spiritual substance. The neighbors are external thoughts, and their empty vessels are thoughts of lack. Entering and closing the door, as was said to the widow, means entering with inner consciousness and shutting out thoughts of lack. Strong affirmations then follow, pouring substance into all places that seem empty or lacking until they are all filled. In conclusion, one affirms that all obligations are met, all debts paid, and that there is so much left over that there are no more containers to hold it. This compares to God's promise, "I will open the windows of heaven and pour out a blessing that there will not be enough room to receive it." Heaven represents the Spirit. All this is done in the Spirit, and you can do it. Visualize each step in your imagination as if it were happening externally. Form your demonstration of prosperity in your mind, then support the divine law of fulfillment. Once you've done that, stand firm. You may not be able to fill all the jars of oil on your first attempt, but as you practice the method day after day, your faith will increase and your results will be proportional to your growing faith. Work on the problem until you resolve it. Apply the principle and the solution is guaranteed. If it does not manifest immediately, carefully examine your methods and see where they have not been truly effective. Do not allow a single empty thought in your mind. Fill every corner with the word abundance. If your bag seems empty, deny the lack and say, "You are already filled with the generosity of God, my Father, who provides for all my needs." If your pockets are empty, deny the appearance and declare that prosperity manifests in every part of every pocket. Never consider yourself poor or in need. Do not talk about hard times or the necessity of strict economy. Even the walls have ears, and unfortunately, memories do too. Do not think of what you have little of, but of what you have plenty of. Turn the telescope of your imagination around and look through the other end. Do not criticize the king in your thoughts, nor criticize the rich in your room, for a bird of the air will carry your voice, and he who has wings will tell the matter. Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked, who stands not in the way of sinners, and who sits not in the seat of scoffers, but whose delight is in the law of the Eternal, and who meditates on his law day and night. He will be like a tree planted by streams of water, that yields its fruit in its season, and its leaf does not wither. All that he does prospers. By wisdom a house is built. By understanding it is established, and by knowledge its chambers are filled with all precious and pleasant riches. The Eternal will open to you his good treasure, and the Almighty will be your treasure and precious silver. The Eternal is my shepherd, I shall not want. Trust in the Eternal and do good. Dwell in the land and feed on his faithfulness. The Eternal will give grace and glory. No good thing will he withhold from those who walk uprightly, to inherit the substance of those who love him. And he will fill their treasures if they are willing and obedient. They will eat the good of the land. God will pay your debts. Forgive us our debts, as we have also forgiven our debtors. In these words, Jesus expressed an unfailing law of the Spirit, the law that an idea must be dissolved before another can take its place. If you have a thought in your mind regarding someone who has offended you, you cannot let in the purifying power of the Spirit and the wealth of spiritual substance until you have dismissed the thought of offense and fully forgiven.
Amen.
Perhaps you are wondering why you have not attained spiritual enlightenment, or why you have not found the consciousness of spiritual substance. Perhaps the reason lies here, the lack of space for true thoughts, as other thoughts fill your mind. If you do not receive the spiritual understanding that you believe you should have, carefully search your mind for thoughts that do not forgive. Thoughts are things and occupy space in the realm of the Spirit. They have substance and can easily be taken as permanent by someone who lacks spiritual discernment. They bear fruit according to the seed planted in the mind, but are not enduring unless they are grounded in spirit. Thoughts are alive and endowed by the thinker with a secondary thinking power, that is, in the entity of thought that the I am forms. Thoughts also think, but only with the power you give them. Tell me what kind of thoughts you have about yourself and your neighbors, and I can tell you what you can expect in terms of health, finances, and harmony in your home. If you are suspicious of your neighbors, you cannot love and trust God if you hate and distrust men. The two ideas, love and hate or trust and mistrust, simply cannot coexist in your mind at the same time, and when you are occupied with one, you can be sure the other is absent. Trust, in other words, and use the power you accumulate from that act to trust God. There is magic in this. Love and trust are dynamic and vital powers. You accuse people of being thieves and fear they will take something that belongs to you, with this thought generating fear and even terror in your mind, and filling your consciousness with darkness, where there is no room for the protective light of the Father. Instead, build walls of love and substance around you. Send swift and invisible messengers of love, and trust in their protection. They are better guardians than policemen or detectives. Do not judge others in terms of guilt or innocence. Consider yourself and how you are in the eyes of the Father. In having thoughts about the guilt of others, begin your reform with yourself. This means a lot to those who have an understanding of spirit and its laws. Although this may seem unimportant to the ordinary individual who only knows himself through his external personality, he thinks he has reformed when he conforms to moral and governmental laws. He may even be full of his own righteousness and praise God each day because he is not like other men, because he has forgiven men and their transgressions. He views all those who do not match his ideas of morality and religion as sinners and transgressors, thanking God for his own insight and acuity, yet he is not at peace. Something seems to be missing. God does not speak to him face to face because the spirit where God and man meet is clouded by the troubled thought that other men are sinners. Our first task in any manifestation is to contact God, so we must forgive men their transgressions. Through this forgiveness, we cleanse our minds so that the Father can forgive our own transgressions. Forgiving all men also includes forgiving ourselves. You must also forgive yourself. Let the finger of denial erase every sin or fault you have held against yourself. Pay your debt by telling that part of you that you believe has failed. You are healed. Sin no more, lest something worse happen to you. Then let it go and forget it. Treat sin as a mental transgression rather than a moral deviation. Deny in thought any tendency towards error and firmly cling to the Spirit of Christ, which is your divine being. Separate me forever from the accusing conscience. Those who have resolved to sin no more have nothing in common with guilt. I will remain in debt as long as I have debts to others. We find this to be the law of the Spirit. A thought of debt will produce debt as long as you believe in debt. You will incur debts and accumulate the burdens that follow this thought. One who has not forgiven all men their debts is likely to become indebted himself. Does this mean you must give receipts to all who owe you? No, that would not erase the thought of debt from your mind. First, deny within yourself that any man or woman owes you anything. If necessary, go through your list of names separately and sincerely forgive. The thought of debt you have associated with each named person can be resolved more effectively this way than by any other means. Indeed, many of these people will pay what they owe when you send them this thought of forgiveness. Debt is a contradiction of universal balance and does not exist in universal balance. Therefore, in spirit and truth, there is no debt. However, men cling to a thought of debt, and this thought is responsible for a great deal of suffering and difficulties. The true disciple draws his supply from the consciousness of the omnipresent and universally possessed abundance. Spiritual substance is impartial and of common ownership, and no thought of debt can enter there. Debts exist in the mind, and the mind is the appropriate place to begin liquidating them. They must be abolished in the mind before their external manifestations can pass away and fade from the world. Men could never free themselves from the bondage of financial obligations until they erase from their minds the thoughts of mine and yours that generate debts and interest. Analyze the thought of debt, and you will see that it implies a thought of lack. Debt is a thought of lack with absence at both ends. The creditor thinks he is lacking what is due to him, and the debtor thinks he is lacking what is needed to pay. Otherwise, he would fulfill his obligation instead of extending it. There is an error at both ends of the position, and nothing in the middle. Given this truth, it should be easy to dissolve any thought that someone owes us or that we owe something to someone. We should fill our minds with thoughts of sufficiency, for where there is no lack, there can be no debt. Thus, We find that the way to pay our debts is to fill our minds with the substance of ideas that are directly opposed to the thoughts of lack that cause the debts. Ideas of abundance will bring you more quickly and surely what is yours than any thought you might have about debtors fulfilling their obligations to you. See abundance in all matters for yourself and not for others, especially affirm abundance for those you have held in the thought that they owe you. In this way, you will help them pay their debts more easily than if you simply erased their names from your accounts receivable. Help pay the debts of others by forgiving their debts and declaring for them the abundance that is already yours in spirit. The idea of abundance will also bear fruit in your own life. Let the law of abundance manifest in you and in your affairs. This is how the Father forgives your debts, not by cancelling them, but by erasing them. He does not remember you against yourself when he denies their reality. The Father is the ever-present Spirit in which all that appears has its origin. The love of God always sees you well, happy, and abundantly provided for. But the wisdom of God requires that order and correct relationship exist in your mind before they can manifest in your affairs as abundance. His love would give you all your desires, but your wisdom demands that you forgive your debtors before your debts are forgiven. To remedy any state of limited finances or poor health caused by worry, you must begin by eliminating worry, which is the original cause. You must free the mind from the burden of debt before you can pay it. Many people have found that the affirmation, "I owe nothing to anyone but love," has greatly helped them counteract this thought of debt. As they used these words, their minds opened to a flow of divine love and faithfully cooperated with the divine law of forgiveness in thought, word, and deed. They built a consciousness as strong as the healing and enriching power of the love of God, which allowed them to live and work peacefully and advantageously with their associates. Thus, constantly renewed in health, faith, and integrity, they were able to meet all obligations that arose. The affirmation, "I owe nothing to anyone but love," does not mean that we can deny that we owe money to our creditors or try to avoid paying incurred obligations. What is denied is the overwhelming thought of debt or lack. The work of paying debts is an inner work that has nothing to do with the debts already incurred, but with the erroneous thoughts that produced them. When we cling to the right ideas, heavy debts are not incurred. Debts are produced by thoughts of lack, impatient desire, and greed. When these thoughts are overcome, debts are surpassed, forgiven, and settled in their entirety, and we free ourselves forever. Your thoughts must always be worthy of your higher self, your likeness, and God. The thoughts that harm you the most are often those of criticism and condemnation. Free your mind from these by holding the thought, "There is no condemnation in Christ Jesus." Fill your mind with thoughts of divine love, justice, peace, and forgiveness. This will settle your debts of love, which are the only debts you truly have. Then you will see how quickly, easily, and naturally all your external debts will be settled, while at the same time soothing all the discordant things in your mind, body, and affairs. Nothing will enrich your mind and free it from any thought of lack as much as the realization of divine love. This love will quickly and perfectly free you from the burden of debts and heal you from your physical ailments often caused by depression, worry, and financial fear. Love will draw you closer to those dear to you, resolve all misunderstandings, and make your life and affairs healthy, happy, harmonious, and free as they should be. Love is truly the fulfillment of the law. The way is open for you to pay your debts. Entrust them to God, along with all your doubts and fears. Follow the light that floods your mind. The power, love, and wisdom of God are here because His kingdom is within you. Surrender total control of your life and affairs to Him, your business, your family matters, your finances, and let Him pay your debts. You are already doing this now, as it is His rightful desire to free you from any burden, and He is extracting you from the burden of debt, whether owed or receivable. Face any insidious thought, such as those that say, "I can't," "I don't know how," or "I can't see the way," with the declaration, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." You will lack neither wisdom nor the courage to act nor substance to be. When you fully understand the vast truth that omnipotence leads you to green pastures and still waters in the kingdom of truth and reality, ideas will be the currency of the kingdom. You will be able to use the new ideas that divine wisdom is now accelerating in your mind and immediately begin paying your debts. Start by thanking God for your liberation from the thought of the burden of debt. This is an important step to break the chains of debt. The funds to pay all your bills will not suddenly appear as a lump sum, but as you observe, work, and remain conscious of God's leadership and His abundance, you will see your funds begin to grow. Here a little, there a little, and increase more rapidly as your faith grows and your anxious thoughts dissipate. Indeed, with the increase will come good judgment and wisdom in managing your affairs. Debts resolve quickly when wisdom and good judgment are in control. Do not give in to the temptation of easy payment plans. Any payment that depletes your resources before they are received is not an easy payment. Do not allow false pride to tempt you into placing a $1,000 charge on a $100 salary. You may be tempted to delay paying a bill to satisfy the desire for something. This easily leads to the habit of postponing payment, which subjects people to the burden of debt before they realize it, and becomes the precursor to the seemingly innocent habit of debt, and the thought of debt that can steal your peace, freedom, integrity, and prosperity for years. The divine spirit within you is far stronger than this spirit of bodily desire. Turn to it in moments like this and affirm, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Bless your creditors with thoughts of abundance as you begin to accumulate the means to pay your obligations. Keep faith in the trust they have had in you by including them in your prayer for increase. Start freeing yourself immediately by doing all you can with the means you have. As you act with this spirit, the way will open for you to do more. For through the avenues of spirit, more means will come to you, and every obligation will be fulfilled. If you are a creditor, be mindful of the kind of thoughts you have about your debtor. Avoid thinking that he is unwilling to pay you or that he cannot do so. One thought keeps him in dishonesty, and the other keeps him in lack. And either one tends to close the door to the possibility that he will pay you soon. Think and speak well of all who owe you. If you speak ill of them to others, avoid giving them names you wouldn't apply to yourself. Cultivate a true thought of love for them and respect their integrity despite all appearances. Declare abundance for them and help them to prosper. Pray and work for their good as much as for your own, for yours is inseparable from theirs. You owe your debtor as much as he owes you. Your debt is of love. Pay your debt with him, and he will pay you his. This rule of action never fails. Discerning Christians anticipate a swift recovery of the economic system initiated by the early disciples of Jesus. They had all things in common, and no one lacked anything. But before we can have a true Christian community based on a spiritual foundation, we must be educated in a correct way of thinking about finances. If we all came together and brought our possessions, it wouldn't be long before those who hold the dominant financial ideas would manipulate our finances, and the plethora on one side and the scarcity on the other would be restored. The world cannot free itself from the slavery of debt and interest as long as men do not begin to work on their minds to erase these things from consciousness. If the United States forgave all European nations their debts and started fresh, the law would not necessarily be respected, as there would likely remain the idea that we are still owed and that we have made a sacrifice by cancelling the obligations. We would not feel very friendly about it and would not truly forgive them in that case. The thought of error would persist. We must first forgive the erroneous thought that we owe money and that we would lose money by cancelling debts. A man who is compelled to forgive a debt does not truly forgive it. Above all, we must fill our minds with the consciousness of that divine abundance that manifests everywhere. In the present world, there is as much substance as there has always been, but its free flow has been hindered by selfishness. We must free our minds from the selfish acquisition that is so dominant in human thought. In this way, our role in the great work of liberating the world from greed is the duty of every Christian metaphysician to help solve this problem by affirming that the universal spirit of its minister is now manifesting as a distributing energy throughout the world, that all accumulated, hoarded, and vicious thoughts are dissolving, that all people have things in common, that no one lacks anything, and that the divine law of infinite supply distribution that Jesus demonstrated is now manifesting throughout the world. The Lord is the earth and its fullness. There is a commerce that occurs through what is called credit. Credit is a commodity that must be used by those who appreciate its value and take care not to abuse it, as doing so would ruin it. However, many people are not ready to use the credit system advantageously and risk abusing it. First, few individuals are familiar with the workings of solid credit systems and often take on obligations without being sure of their ability to fulfill them, especially if an unforeseen complication arises. Often, an individual loses everything he invests and ends up with a burden of debt. These things are not in divine order and are largely responsible for delaying prosperity. No one should incur a debt if he is not ready to settle it quickly and willingly when necessary. He who knows God as his unfailing resource can be sure that he will provide when needed. So why should he go into debt when he trusts his daily supply without debt? In the kingdom of God, there are no creditors or debtors. If you are in this kingdom, you no longer need to carry the thought of debt, neither as a debtor nor as a creditor. According to divine law, it is not necessary to seek things that are beyond current means. There is an ever-increasing wealth of consciousness that comes from the certain knowledge that God is an infinite and unfailing supply. Outer things adjust to the inner model, and riches are attracted to one who lives close to the selfless heart of God through his environment and glory, and there is satisfying and enduring prosperity in his affairs. There is only one way to free oneself from debt. It is the desire to be free, followed by the understanding that debt has no legitimate place in the kingdom of God, and that you are determined to erase it completely from your mind. As you work toward your freedom, it will be helpful to have daily periods of meditation and prayer. Do not focus on debts, nor waste your prayer by constantly thinking about them. Think about what you want to manifest, not about what you are seeking to be free from. When you pray, thank the Father for his care and guidance, for his supply and abundance, for his love and wisdom, for his infinite abundance and the privilege you have to share it. Here are some prosperity prayers that may help you ground yourself in the truth of abundance and erase the erroneous thought of debt. They are offered as suggestions for formulating your own prayers, but they can be used with excellent results. I no longer worry about finances. You are my sufficiency in all things. The spirit of honesty, promptness, efficiency, and order expresses itself now in me and in all that I do. I am free from all the limitations of mortal thought about quantities and values. The overflowing abundance of the Christ Spirit is now mine, and I prosper in all my ways. Psalm 23, a treatment to free the mind from the idea of debt. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He guides me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. The tithe, the path to prosperity. Just as you abound in everything, in faith, in speech, in knowledge, and in seriousness, as well as in your love for us, see to it that you abound in this grace also. Honor the Lord with your possessions and with the first fruits of all your increase. Then your barns will be filled with plenty, and your vats will overflow with new wine. According to Mosaic law, the tithe or the 10th part was required as a portion for the Lord. Throughout the Old Testament, the tithe and the 10th are mentioned as a reasonable and just return to the Lord in recognition that he is the source of his minister. After Jacob had the vision of the ladder with angels ascending and descending, he set up a pillar and made a vow to the Lord, saying, "Of all that you give me, I will give you the 10th." In chapter 3 of Malachi, we find God's blessing directly linked to the faithfulness of giving the treasure to the Lord. However, gifts must be made because it is right, and because one loves to give, not out of a sense of duty or to receive a reward. There will be a reward after giving, as Jesus promises us in a direct statement, "Give and it will be given to you. A good measure pressed down, shaken together, and running over will be poured into your lap. For with the measure you use, it will be measured to you." The promises of spiritual benefits and the increase of God's generosity through the fulfillment of this divine law of giving and receiving abound throughout the Scriptures. One must sow and increase even more. Some hold back more than they should, but that only leads to scarcity. The generous soul will be enriched, and he who waters will also be watered. He who has a generous eye will be blessed, for he gives his bread to the poor. He who sows abundantly will also reap abundantly. Blessed are those who sow along all waters. We now live under greater and fuller blessings from God than mankind has ever known. Therefore, it is appropriate to give accordingly and to remember the law of the tithe. If the law required the tenth in the past, it is just as appropriate to give it joyfully today. One of the greatest incentives to give generously is a deep appreciation of the blessings assured to us by the redemptive work of Jesus Christ, who did not spare his own Son, but delivered him up for us all. How will he not also freely give us all things? Freely you have received, freely give. True giving is the love and generosity of the heart, stimulated by the Spirit that responds to the love and generosity of the Father's heart. In his second letter, Paul makes an impassioned appeal to the Corinthians to give generously to their poorer brothers in Jerusalem. He suggests principles for giving that are always applicable. For giving is a grace that contributes to the spiritual growth of all people in all ages. Without giving, the soul dries up. But when one practices giving as an integral part of the Christian life, the soul expands and becomes like God in the grace of liberality and generosity. No restoration to the image of God can be complete unless the spirit, heart, and soul open each day to that vast, free, and generous spirit that so characterizes our God and Father. It is therefore not surprising that Paul places the grace of giving alongside faith, knowledge, and love in his first letter to the church in Corinth. Paul proposes a very simple but practical plan for exercising this grace of giving. On the first day of the week, let each of you lay something aside as he may prosper. This means that each member should contribute to the creation of a treasury. This treasury was to be the Lord's deposit, in which each was to regularly and proportionately place his offerings according to his means. By adopting this plan, the giver became a steward of the Lord's goods and entered into a process of formation and discipline necessary to be a good steward. It takes wisdom to know how to properly dispense God's generosity. Perhaps there is no simpler way to begin to grow in the grace of giving today. Those who have followed this method have generally found that they had more money to give than they thought possible. For the giving plan to be effective, several things must be observed. First, there must be a disposition of mind. If one is willing, it is acceptable according to what one has, not according to what one does not have. God loves a cheerful giver. Secondly, the gift must be made in faith, and there should be no reluctance, even if the offering seems small. Many recorded cases of giving in the Bible, worthy of special mention, praise, and blessing, are cases where the offering itself was small. The widow who fed Elijah during the time of famine gave him a cake made from her last handful of flour. By her faith and generous spirit, she was rewarded with an abundant supply of food for herself, her children, and Elijah. The jar of flour did not waste away, and the jug of oil did not run dry. This same truth is wonderfully illustrated in the New Testament, where it is clearly shown that it is not the quantity of the offering but the spirit with which it is given that determines its value and power. Jesus sat near the treasury and watched how people put money into the treasury, and many rich people put in large amounts. Then a poor widow came and put in 2 small coins, which amount to about a penny. Calling his disciples to him, he said, "Truly I tell you, this poor widow has put more into the treasury than all the others. They all gave out of their wealth, but she, out of her poverty, put in everything, all she had to live on." This poor widow illustrates what it means to give in faith. And sometimes 2 small coins represented a gift as great as one that produced such praise from the Master himself. The results of giving in faith are as certain today as they were in Jesus' time, for the law is infallible at all times. A third requirement for fulfilling the law of giving and receiving is that the offering be a fair and just proportion of all that one receives. The amount was established by Paul, and the measure given was according to what you are able to prosper. There is a certain definition in this, while admitting freedom for the giver to exercise his faith, judgment, and individual will. The question of wise distribution is closely linked to that of filling God's treasury. To whom we should give and when are quite significant questions. There are several truths that can be considered on this subject. However, each individual must find it necessary to trust in the spirit of abundance manifested in their own heart, as there are no detailed rules or precedents to follow. This is how it should be, as it keeps judgment, faith, love, sympathy, and the individual's will alive and active. Nevertheless, A thorough study of the underlying laws of spiritual giving will help exercise these divine faculties as they should be. If we follow the spirit of wisdom, we will not give anything that is contrary to the teachings of Jesus, but we will use every penny to promote the good news of life that he proclaims and to further the human brotherhood that he is on a mission to establish on earth among all those who become his children through him. True spiritual giving is recommended as a double joy. First, the joy that comes with placing the offering on the altar or in the Lord's treasury, and then the joy of sharing our share of God's generosity with us. One blessing is the satisfying knowledge that we respect the law and pay our debt of love to the Lord. The other is the joy of sharing the Lord's generosity. Justice is paramount, followed by generosity. Even so-called pagans recognize giving as part of worship. We find them bringing offerings when they worship their idols. All eras and religious dispensations have emphasized giving as a vital part of their worship. In a time when we have so much to give, even of ourselves, this privilege carries immeasurable benefits that detach us from personal life and unify us with the universe, and thus our life and existence are in harmony with God's love, generosity, and grace. This is the blessed result of faithful obedience to the law and the spirit of the grace of giving. People were astonished when the prophet Malachi told them that they had robbed God and wanted to know where they had failed, thinking they were serving the Lord so faithfully. People are still surprised today to learn that they have been unfaithful to God's law, for Malachi's message applies to us as much as to those of old. The Spirit of God delivered this message through the prophet. Bring all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be food in my house. Test me now in this, says the Lord of hosts, and see if I will not open for you the windows of heaven and pour out for you such blessing that there will not be room enough to receive it. And I will rebuke the devourer for your sakes, so that he will not destroy the fruits of your ground, nor shall the vine fail to bear fruit for you in the field, says the Lord of hosts. And all nations will call you blessed, for you will be a delightful land, says the Lord of hosts. Study this third chapter of Malachi carefully if you wish to know the happy solution to the problem of giving and receiving. See how practical it is for people from all walks of life and for nations. It offers a solution to the problems of farmers and clearly outlines a law of prosperity for all classes of people. For those who need protection from frost, droughts, floods, for those who wish to escape plagues, epidemics, and the many things that will destroy their supplies and livelihood. It is a simple yet very effective law. One need only give the tithe, or the tenth, or the first fruits, or their equivalent to the Lord. One cannot expect God to meet all human requirements for protection and increase unless man fulfills God's requirements. The act of giving satisfies the divine law as it involves the acknowledgement of God as the giver of all increase. Unless we recognize the source of our supply, we have no guarantee of continuing to benefit from it. Many people doubt the real effectiveness of asking the Lord for protection and abundance for crops or other supplies. Many who work in the city or engage in business find it strange to believe in all-encompassing prosperity. Therefore, disbelief coexists with an unwavering faith that is more necessary. There is a psychological reason why people must obey the spiritual law. When someone obeys God's law in any area, their faith is immediately strengthened in proportion and their doubts disappear. When someone puts God first in their finances, not only in their thoughts, but in every act by offering their first fruits, a tenth of their increase or income to the Lord, their faith in the omnipresent supply becomes 100 times stronger and prosperous. As a result, obeying this law provides an inner knowledge that one is building their finances on a solid foundation that will not fail. The entire universe belongs to God, and although all things are for man's use and pleasure, man can possess nothing selfishly. When man learns that a higher law than human customs and desires is in effect on earth to bring justice, righteousness, and fairness, he will begin to obey this law by giving, loving his neighbor, and doing unto others as he would have them do unto him. Then man will reach the end of all the problems he has brought upon himself through selfishness and greed, and he will become whole, prosperous, and happy. A pastor of a small church in Georgia suggested to his congregation, largely composed of cotton growers, to dedicate a tenth of their land to the Lord and ask for protection against the damage caused by the boll weevil, which had devastated crops in the area for several years. 7 farmers from the congregation decided to do so. They took no measures to protect their crop on those dedicated acres, but the plague did not attack the cotton there. The quality of the fiber was better on those acres than on the others. The experience was such a success that nearly all the farmers in the community decided to follow this plan in the future. Many experiences like this motivate people to respect our relationship with the infinite principle of life present everywhere, which we know as God. This divine element of life, manifesting as growth and substance, resides in the factors that combine to produce cotton, wheat, and all other forms of vegetation. Thus, if the farmer works in recognition of this vital principle, he will work in harmony with it and for his own good. If each person contributes with love and understanding to the other, the result will be a more abundant harvest and increased prosperity. Not only farmers, but also bankers, merchants, and professionals can work in harmony with this principle of growth and increase. The infinite vital principle is just as sensitive in one field as in another and is present everywhere. Even so-called inanimate objects are filled with this infinite life, and even struck gold is charged with the desire for expansion and growth. The materials that the merchant handles are made of the same substance that composes the universe and contain within themselves the seed of growth and increase. All men are therefore daily associated with life, and by giving it the respect it deserves, and showing this respect by dedicating a portion of their increase, they are prospered. The tithe corresponds to greater fertility of the land. If, by acknowledging God as the giver of life, the farmer produces 2, 6, or 20 additional bushels from his field, this extra portion, which he would not have had otherwise, is the Lord's portion. The tithe also corresponds to a better quality of goods in professional life. It represents an increase in capacity or an elevation of appreciation. The principle of the tithe can be applied to all our industrial and social relationships, and in every case where it has been applied and followed for a time, the tither has been remarkably blessed, just like the cotton growers with their dedicated acres. Many people desire to give but seem unsure how to do so or where to start. They don't know how much to give, when, or how often to offer their gifts. There are a multitude of related questions. To answer these questions, one must find a defined basis for their gifts, a rule to which they can adhere. This is where the law of the tithe fits perfectly, as it provides a solid, proven, and demonstrated foundation that has been in place for thousands of years. The tithe can be 1/10 of wages, income, or allowances, net business profits, or money received from the sale of goods. It is based on any form of provision, no matter the channel through which it arrives. Indeed, there are many channels through which man is prospered. The 10th must be reserved for the support of a work or spiritual workers. It should be set aside first, even before personal expenses, because in the proper relationship of things, God must always come first, and then everything else follows in divine order and finds its appropriate place. The great promise of prosperity is that if men seek first God and his righteousness, everything else will be given to them as well. One of the most practical and sensible ways to seek the kingdom of God first is to be a tither. Putting God first in finances is God's promise, the logic, and the experience of all who have tried it, that all the necessary things for their comfort, well-being, and happiness will be added to them in abundance. The tithe establishes the method of giving and brings about an awareness of a sense of order and adequacy that will manifest in external life and business through greater efficiency and increased prosperity. Another blessing that follows the practice of tithing is the ongoing ability to release what one receives, which keeps the mind open to good and free from covetousness. Making a large occasional donation and then waiting before making another will not provide this lasting advantage, as the channel of the Spirit may then fill with material thoughts of fear, lack, or selfishness. When someone gives the tithe, they are giving continuously, so no spirit of retention, fear, or thoughts of limitations can invade them. Nothing keeps a person's mind as fearless and free to receive the good that is constantly coming as the practice of tithing. Each day, each week, at every payday or whenever possible, the tither sees an increase in prosperity. As this happens and will happen, their first reflex is to give thanks to God and dedicate 1/10 of the new sum. The free and open spirit, which remains thus in God, is sure to produce true joy, genuine satisfaction in life, and real prosperity. Tithing rests on a law that cannot fail and is the most certain method found to demonstrate abundance, for it is the law of God itself and the way of giving. All the tithe of the earth, whether of the seed of the land or of the fruit of the tree, is the Lord's. It is holy to the Lord. Let us give as God gives, without reservation and without thinking of a return, without mentally expecting a reward. What is given with reservations is not a gift, but a bribe. There is no promise of increase unless we give freely, completely letting go of the gift and acknowledging the universal extent of the law. Then the gift has the opportunity to go forth and return multiplied. One does not know how far the blessing can travel before returning, but it is beautiful and encouraging to see that the longer the blessing travels, the more hands it passes through and the more hearts are blessed. All these hands and hearts add something in substance and increase even more when they return. We should not try to fix the ways through which our good must come. There is no reason to think that what you give will return through the one to whom you gave it. All men are united in Christ and form a universal brotherhood. We must abandon any personal claim like, "I gave you, so now you give me," and replace it with, "What you have done to one of these brothers of mine, even to the least of them, you have done to me." The law will bring to each what is due to them. The harvest of the seeds they have sown will return, for it cannot escape the law, although it is very likely to come through a channel very different from what we expected. Trying to fix the channel through which your good must come is a way that the personal man closes off his own supply. The man with a spiritual mindset does not selfishly use the law, but gives because he loves to give. As he gives without thinking of the reward and without any motive other than love, he is thrown more completely into the inevitable operation of the law, and his return is somewhat more generous. He inevitably becomes enriched, for he cannot escape this. Jesus said, "Give, and it will be given to you. Good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over." He not only made a promise, but stated a law that keeps on functioning. The generosity of the giver of all good is so inexhaustible that, for those with eyes to see and faith to receive, God is an unending source for his minister. The giver withholds nothing from one who comes in the name of a son and heir and claims his portion from the Father. It pleases God to give us the kingdom, and all that the Father has is ours, but we must have the faith and courage to claim it. Men who accomplish great things in the industrial world are those who have faith in the power of their ideas to produce money. Those who wish to achieve great things in the demonstration of spiritual resources must have faith in taking possession of divine ideas and the courage to express them. The conception must be followed by the affirmation that the law is fulfilled instantly. Then, the supply will continue to manifest. Giving correctly is the key to receiving abundantly. There is a law of giving and receiving that requires careful study if we wish to utilize it in our demonstrations of prosperity. It is a law of mental action and can be learned and applied like any other law. The teaching of Jesus stands out because it can be practically applied to the affairs of daily life. It is not just a religion in the usual sense of the term, but a rule of thought, action, life, and being. It is not merely an ethic, but a practice, and men have not yet probed the depth of the simple yet exclusive words of Jesus. For some, it is unthinkable to connect the teachings of Jesus with accounting and the marketplace, but a deeper understanding of his meaning and purpose, which the Spirit of Truth is now revealing to the world, shows that these lofty teachings are practical rules for everyday life in all areas. They are vital for modern civilization and the very foundation of business stability. The law of giving and receiving that Jesus taught, "Give, and it will be given to you," applies to all our business as well as social relationships. We have failed to make this doctrine of Jesus a practical standard for daily guidance because we have not understood the law upon which it rests. Jesus would not have proposed a doctrine that is not true and not based on an immutable law, and we can be sure that this doctrine of giving and receiving is powerful enough to support all aspects of civilization. We have not delved into the teaching, but have believed we understand it from a simple, superficial study. As Paul says, "Look at the things before you," and Jesus also warned us not to judge by appearances. We must not draw conclusions before we have explored the underlying causes and laws. The things we see externally are effects arising from causes that are invisible to us. There is an inner and an outer in everything. Mental ions, like those that are material, permeate the universe. Man slides at will through a whole range of causes and effects. The entire race slips toward an effect almost unconsciously. and the senses become so identified with the effect that the causes are lost from view. Over the thousands of years, an awakening occurs, and the cause of existence again draws the attention of men, as outlined, for example, in the doctrine of Jesus Christ. But men cannot grasp the great truth in an instant and cling to what is clearly visible to them, the side of the effect. The truth that things have a spiritual identity as well as a material one, and that the spiritual is the side of the cause and of greater value, is a revelation that may take time to reach the majority of people. In this case, it is the material side to which they cling, thinking it is all there is, and refusing to let go. Men have taken the literal or apparent side of the doctrine of Jesus Christ and materialized it to fit their beliefs and customs. This is why the message of Christ has not purified commerce, society, and government, but it must become spiritually operational in these areas. It will easily accomplish the desired work when studied from a mental angle and when understood and applied from a spiritual perspective. It is necessary to reform the economy more than any other area of daily life. Money has been manipulated by greed until it is sick and secretly seeks a panacea, yet it does not seek healing. In fact, the religion of Jesus Christ is the last place one would look for help, as many defenders of the doctrine of Jesus Christ are themselves economically dependent and have no solution for the economic problem. They do not understand the power of their own religion. However, there will be no permanent remedy for the economic ills of the world outside a practical application of the laws upon which the doctrine of Jesus Christ rests. The correction of any problem is assured by the correct relationship of its elements. Any true reform begins with the individual. Jesus started there. He did not call for legislation to control men or their actions, but called his 12 apostles, and through them instituted individually this reform that rests on an appeal to the innate intelligence, honesty, and goodness in every man. He told them, "Go into all the world and preach the gospel to all creation." As people learn more about the dynamic effect of thought and how ideas pass from one mind to another, they increasingly see the wisdom of Christ's teaching and begin to understand that there is an unchangeable law of mental action and that all thought and speech can be applied to this law. Thus, when Jesus said, "By your words you will be justified, and by your words you will be condemned," he taught the power of thoughts and words to produce results in accordance with the ideas that support them. As a metaphysical aspect of Jesus' teaching, we have discovered that certain thoughts, held in the minds of people, cause widespread misery, disease, and death. We have also found that these thoughts can be dissolved or transformed, and that the whole man can be renewed through his conscious will. Paul understood this process well and said, "Be transformed by the renewing of your mind." Among the destructive thoughts in which men indulge and exercise are these forms of selfishness known to us by the names of greed, avarice, desire for financial gain, and possession of the world's goods. These thoughts threaten to seriously disrupt world civilization and the stability of the entire race. The mere desire to obtain money is allowed by men and women to generate a cold vapor in their souls until all the sunlight of love and even life is extinguished. The remedy for the misery caused by destructive thoughts is not far from reach. It lies in constructive thinking along the lines established by Jesus. Indeed, the cure for all the ills inherited by the flesh resides in conformity with the divine law that Jesus revealed to his true disciples. It is said that these true disciples, Acts 4:32, were of one heart and one soul, and none of them claimed that anything they possessed was their own, but they had all things in common. Many true Christians have observed this just law and have attempted to conform to it in communal life. Such efforts have not always succeeded, as there has been a lack of necessary recognition of the mental factor and the discipline of ideas. As long as the idea of greed resides in the human mind as its dominant generating factor, there can be no successful communal life. This idea must first be eliminated from the mental plane. The next step, the external practice, will then be assured and successful everywhere. True metaphysicians prepare to become members of the great colony that Jesus will establish, working to eliminate from their minds all selfish ideas, as well as all other discordant vibrations that produce disharmony among the members of the same group. One step in this direction is the gradual introduction of a plan for voluntary offerings to replace the commercial norm of reward for services in the world. We strive to educate people about giving and receiving, and to show them through their own experience that there is a divine law of balance in financial matters that corresponds to the law of balance that keeps the suns and planets in their place. For this effort to be successful, we must rely on the loving cooperation of all those we minister to. The law rests on love and justice, equitably and harmoniously adjusting all aspects of human affairs. It goes even further, as it restores harmony and balance both in mind and body, resulting in happiness, health, and prosperity. Love and justice are powerful forces, and all things must eventually fall under their influence, for even a few men and women with righteous motives can, through correct thought and the right actions that follow, introduce these ideas into the consciousness of the race and pave the way for their universal adoption. The movement has already begun and is rapidly gaining momentum. All students and readers are called upon to support it by resolving to be selfless and just, without coercion. The consciousness of the race is shaped by the currents of thought and the dominant beliefs of the people. A few men and women rise above these currents of thought and become independent thinkers. The dominant idea of the race to obtain money as the goal of success is being replaced by usefulness and good works. This idea must be implemented by individuals who have resolved to think and act in the manner of Jesus Christ. To be one of these individuals and contribute to the change in the consciousness of the race, start by dedicating yourself in spirit to the ministry of Jesus and resolve to carry out the great work he has entrusted to you. This does not mean you must preach like Paul or necessarily lead an extensive external work. In the silence of your inner chamber, you can accomplish powerful work by daily denying beliefs in greed and avarice and affirming the universal flow of divine love and justice. You can make the idea of fairness and exact justice among men the central theme of all that you say and do. When you see examples of greed and avarice, or when thoughts of this kind seek a place in your mind, remember the Master's words. What does this matter to you? Follow me. Do not allow yourself, even for a moment, to think of a plan to get the better of your fellows in any business or negotiation. Hold firmly to the law of fairness and justice that works through you, knowing for certain that all you need to meet every requirement will be provided for you. Value highly all that you receive and demand the same for all that you give. Do not attempt to impose this requirement by human methods. There is a better way. See yourself as a spirit working with powerful spiritual forces and recognize that the requirements of the Spirit must be and will be met. Do not make plans for the future. Let the future take care of itself. Fearing or doubting about it undermines your strength and drains your spiritual power. Firmly maintain the thought of the omnipresence of universal supply, its perfect balance, and its swift action to fill any apparent void or lack. If you have been in the habit of accumulating or practicing strict economy, change your currents of thought toward generosity. Practice giving, even if modestly, with a spirit of love, and when you see no possibility of return, give real substance in your gift by offering the substance of your heart along with the sum of money or other gifts. Through the power of your word, you can bless and spiritually multiply all that you give. Consider that you are a steward of God, distributing His inexhaustible provisions. In this way, you activate mental and spiritual forces that will ultimately bring great results into visibility. Be joyful in giving, for God loves a cheerful giver because their spirit and heart are open to the flow of pure substance that balances all things. Do not give with the idea that you are granting charity. The idea of charity has infested the consciousness of the race for thousands of years and is responsible for the large number of human dependents. Do all you can to counter this mental error. Charity, as popularly understood, does not exist. Everything belongs to God, and all His children have the same rights. The fact that one person has an excess and gives part of it to another does not make the latter a beneficiary and the former a dependent. The one who possesses the excess is simply a steward of God and is limited to fulfilling the functions of their stewardship. When divine wisdom and understanding regarding giving are sought, it becomes a joy for both the giver and the receiver. The disciples of Jesus, who carry out His work of teaching and healing, must, like Him, receive voluntary offerings for their ministry to the people. Most of those who turn to masters and healers recognize this law of giving and receiving, but there are many who do not understand it. First, there are those who are enslaved by the idea of greed and then there are those who are still enslaved by the idea of charity. Both groups need education and treatment to free themselves from limitation and mental illness. The greedy are those who suffer in their bodies and are the most difficult to heal because of the mental prejudice that drives them to obtain everything at the lowest possible cost, including the kingdom of heaven. They must be patiently educated to be just, as this is what is best, and to learn to abandon the spirit of acquisition in favor of the spirit of generosity. They will easily do this as a mental exercise, but they are not as willing to detach from the symbol of money. However, continuous silent treatments, supplemented by oral and written instruction, will ultimately prevail and heal them. There are many examples that could illustrate the workings of the law. The idea of greed exerts a great power over the body, and an outward manifestation would be of little use before eliminating the internal cause in the mind. The salvation of these individuals consists in learning to give generously and freely, not out of obligation or to receive a reward, but out of love for the act of giving. And some metaphysicians believe they can heal their patients from greedy thoughts by charging a high price for their treatments. Similarly, the doctor who charges the most is thought to heal his patients the best, and any service charged at an exorbitant price is presumed to be the best. Undoubtedly, this would be an absurd idea. Metaphysical healing has become so popular that hundreds of people have engaged in this field as a business, turning it into an industry based on the old, cold, calculating commercial idea, akin to that of money changers. There must be a more excellent way, more in harmony with divine law, a way that allows the heart, as well as the head and hand, to be used in the grace of giving and receiving. Those who use the method of voluntary offerings face criticism and opposition from those who defend the commercial method, claiming that a fixed fee is the legitimate form. They accuse unity of promoting charity and poverty, keeping alive the spirit of getting something for nothing manifested by so many people. Our response is that we follow the only course that could effectively eradicate these erroneous states of consciousness and lead people to understand the spiritual law of prosperity through love-based giving. Everyone must give as they receive. Indeed, it is only through giving that one can receive. Until the heart quickens at the center and the mind opens to truth, there will be no lasting healing. Everyone can make a just restitution for all they receive. Our goal is to show the indigent without money that they can give something in return for the good they have received. This could be sharing the true word with another in need, or simply raising their voice in gratitude and praise where they were previously silent. We recognize the need for some action of the mind connected to wealth. It must be led to detach from a certain part before it can receive the light and power of the Spirit. Our work is to bring men and women to a place of true and lasting dominion, where they are superior to both wealth and poverty. We can do this by showing them that they are spiritual beings living in a spiritual world here and now, and that through understanding the truth of their being and their relationship with God, this dominion must be realized. The central and most vital fact they must understand is that an idea has the power to construct thought structures that, in turn, materialize in their environment and outer affairs, determining every detail of their existence. Every man is a king who governs his own subjects. These subjects are the ideas that exist in his mind. The subjects of his thought, the ideas of each man, are as varied and display as many character traits as the inhabitants of any empire. Yet all can be subdued and shaped by the power, which is the sovereign of the kingdom in his mental domain. There may be colonies of foreign ideas, Philistines, Canaanites, and other foreign tribes that the children of Israel encountered in their promised land when they sought to conquer it. The story of the children of Israel and how they obtained possession of that land is a symbolic representation of the experience of every individual seeking to claim their own consciousness in the name of the Lord. The Hebrew meaning of the Canaanite name is merchant or trader, that is, a set of ideas related to the commercial phase of life. Study the children of Israel, the spiritual ideas in their experiences with these Canaanites, and you will gain valuable insights for subduing and managing your own ideas of acquiring money. You can allow greed and avarice to develop in the realm of your mind until the very blood of your body begins to dry up and your nerves tremble and paralyze with fear of future poverty. If this is the case, it is time for these ideas to be expelled and for a new group of ideas to settle in your realm to activate the construction of a new state of consciousness. Begin immediately to set aside your profit-consuming thoughts. Think of generosity and start being generous yourself. The phrase, "It is more blessed to give than to receive," will prove itself as a law, for you will be blessed by a new influx of ideas of life, health, and prosperity when you begin to give rather than to be greedy or avaricious. Perhaps you have been at the other extreme and have cultivated ideas of small financial matters. Perhaps you have favored poverty by maintaining ideas of cents instead of dollars, or hundreds instead of thousands. Maybe you think you cannot give because your income is small or your offering limited. Your remedy is to cultivate ideas of abundance. Claim God as your inexhaustible resource. Everything is yours. But to activate the accumulated energy of your thought, you must also begin to give. At first you may be able to offer only cents, but give them in the name and spirit of your opulent God. Send them with all the love in your heart and say as you send them, "Divine love through me blesses and multiplies you." Your consciousness is like a stream of water. If the flow is obstructed in any way, the water settles in all the low places and stagnates. The fastest way to purify and reclaim the low and marshy places in your consciousness is to let the flow in from above by opening the dam. Many people try to prove that God is their source by repeating affirmations of present abundance, but they fail to deny and thus release the old condition and belief in scarcity by beginning to give as generously as possible. It is not the quantity you give measured by worldly standards. It is the goodwill you send as a gift that can only be measured by spiritual standards. God loves a cheerful giver. The Greek word here translated as cheerful is hilarion, which truly means hilarious and joyful. The gift may be measured in dollars and cents, but God does not look at such standards. He looks at and loves the cheerful giver. Let's read in Deuteronomy 28, 47, 48. "Because you did not serve the Lord your God with joy and gladness of heart for the abundance of all things, you shall serve your enemies in hunger, in thirst, in nakedness, and in lack of all things." This shows that there is a defined relationship between joy, the joy of our giving, and our prosperity, whether we make a large or small gift. Let us do it with joy and hilarity, thanking God for a generous gift and keeping the words of this covenant to prosper in all that we do. Blessings can be poured into our gifts. Divine love through me blesses and multiplies this offering. The Father gives abundantly. I receive with gratitude and give again with generosity. This is the generosity of God, and I send it with wisdom and joy. Divine love provides and increases this offering generously. I give freely and without fear, honoring the law of giving and receiving. After the crowd was fed with the multiplying of the loaves and fish, Jesus ordered that the leftovers be gathered so that nothing would be lost. Everyone ate to their satisfaction and collected the remaining pieces, 12 baskets full. Any form of waste is a violation of the divine law of conservation. Throughout nature, there is evidence of stored energetic substance, ready to be used when needed. This reserve force is not material but spiritual. It is ready to be called upon or expressed to satisfy any need. But when it is not used or called to express itself, there is a manifestation of disharmony, an imaginary scarcity in the future, and one is considered wealthy based on the quantity of their material possessions. Spiritually awakened individuals come to understand that all spiritual riches are accessible to everyone as divine ideas. They study the law of conservation concerning the spiritual and try to accumulate a great reserve of consciousness, substance, life, strength, and power, rather than accumulating material treasures that rust and moth consume and that thieves steal. Men and women scatter their energies to the four winds, struggling to satisfy the desires of the flesh, then wonder why they do not manifest prosperity. If they understood the truth that this same force of thought can be conserved and controlled to express itself in constructive channels, they would soon be prosperous. The mind must have substance to work with, and there must be substance in the ideas of your mind. If your substance goes here and there and everywhere, dissipating in disorderly thoughts, how can it accumulate to manifestation? Such waste of substance is a violation of the law of conservation, a law that everyone should know. When you overcome your desire for dissipation, not only the manifest acts but also the inner desire, then you will begin to accumulate substance that will manifest as prosperity according to the law. One of the fundamental principles of studying Christianity is that God's great objective is to create a perfect man. Man is the pinnacle of creation, made in the image and likeness of God. endowed with full authority and power over his elemental thoughts. Sometimes we think we must succeed in a business or occupation before becoming rich or famous. This is a lack of understanding of God's high calling in Christ Jesus, which is to demonstrate the divine idea of a perfect man. The true object of life is not to make money or become famous, but to build character and develop the potentials that exist in each of us. A part of the divine plan is substantial provision by the Creator for all the mental and physical needs of His creation. We do not study prosperity to become rich, but to bring forth the fundamental characteristics of prosperity. We must learn to develop the faculty that will bring prosperity and the character that does not deteriorate with prosperity. Faith is the faculty of the mind that deals with the idea of universal substance. Faith is the assurance of things hoped for. All in God is ideal, formless, but with all possibilities. He is omnipresent in our mind and in our body. It is in our body that we bring God to visible manifestation. Faith is the faculty that takes hold of the idea of substance and makes it visible. The quest for wealth seems to be the sole purpose of existence for some minds. Writers from biblical times incessantly preach against the evils of money. Yet, the Lord always promised wealth and honor to all who kept His commandments. The gold and silver God promises are spiritual, not material. God is spirit, and spirit can only give ideas. These ideas can be translated into terms of gold or any other goods according to our thinking. The only treasures worth preserving are those we keep in the heavens of the mind. The only gold that can bring happiness is the gold of the Spirit. Jesus said, "I counsel you to buy from me gold refined in the fire, that you may be rich, and white garments that you may be clothed, and that the shame of your nakedness may not be revealed." Paul tells us that the love of money is the root of all evil. This means, of course, that in loving money, man limits it in some way. He has not loved the true source of money, but has loved the thing itself rather than the spirit it expresses. He has broken the law by appropriating the thing without recognizing the idea behind it. We must understand this law by observing the management of money and make love the magnet of the offering, rather than getting bogged down in the selfishness and greed that cause so much universal disharmony and that belongs to us all in its fullness. In the parable of the sower, Jesus uses a striking phrase. A part of the good seed was choked by thorns, and the thorns represent the illusion of riches. Money is indeed an illusion. It promises ease and brings worries, promises pleasures and pays with pain, promises influence and returns envy and jealousy, promises happiness and gives sadness, promises permanence, and then flies away. Metaphysically, it may be better, or at least safer, to be poor than to be rich. Jesus taught this in the parable of the rich man and Lazarus. The rich man is depicted in torment, begging the poor man for a drop of water. But if the rich are miserable, the poor who desire to become rich are just as miserable. Poverty and wealth are the two poles of a magnet, with the pivot being the belief that possession of material things will bring satisfaction to the possessor. This belief is an illusion, and those who are drawn to this belief and allow their minds to be hypnotized by the desire for material possessions must be pitied, whether their desire is fulfilled or not. The true possessor of wealth is one who feels that all things belong to him to be used and appreciated, but who does not weigh himself down with personal possession. Diogenes was a very happy man, even though he lived in a bathtub. His philosophy had survived the influence of the rich and powerful who were his contemporaries. He walked around with a lantern in broad daylight, searching for an honest man, which seems to have been as rare in his time as in ours. However, the widespread desire to possess material goods indicates that there is something good in it. The natural man is made from the dust of the earth and loves his native element. The spiritual man is from above. He comes from the heavens of the spirit. He has the preeminence and, like Jacob, supplants the natural man. Men should not regard the earth as such, but they should not love it while excluding the heavens. They must understand that substance is the day of which the Father makes the body of his people. Their heavenly Father knows that you have need of all these things, but seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. The divine law states that the earth is the Lord's and its fullness. If this truth were well understood, men would immediately begin to make public all available property for the use and pleasure of all people. The early disciples of Jesus understood this, and their religion required them to bring all their possessions and lay them at the feet of their leaders to be distributed and used according to the needs of all. Barnabas, a companion of Paul, gave his field. Ananias and Sapphira sold their lands and brought part of the price to Peter, but kept back part. They had not overcome the fear of future scarcity and had not placed their faith fully in the teachings. When we recognize the truth of God's omnipresence as substance and provision for every need, there will be no occasion to hold back part, as Ananias and Sapphira did. We cannot accumulate money in its material phase, but the law is that we have all the substance necessary for our provision. We ask the Lord for our daily bread and hope to have it, but we do not receive an accumulation that deteriorates in our hands or deprives any other man of adequate provision. The metaphysical idea of this part of the Our Father is, "Give us today the substance of tomorrow's bread." We do not ask for the bread, but for the substance that the Spirit makes available to us to manifest in the form of bread, clothing, shelter, or provision for any need we have. Substance in the form of money is given to us for constructive uses. It is meant to be used to meet an immediate need, not to be accumulated or wasted. Once you find the freedom of thought from the accumulation of money, do not fall into the opposite extreme of extravagant spending. Money should be used, not abused. It is good to keep obligations paid. It is good to have some money available for good uses like hospitality, education, the development of industries that benefit many people, the promotion of spiritual work, helping others build useful and constructive lives, and for many other purposes and activities. But in this conservation of money, one must always keep in mind the necessity of a constructive motive behind the action. Money accumulated for a specific and genuinely constructive purpose is very different from money accumulated with the fearful thought of a rainy day or a prolonged period of scarcity and suffering. Money saved for rainy days is always used precisely for that, as fear inevitably attracts what we fear. What I fear happens to me. Money saved as a fund for opportunities brings an increase of good, but money accumulated out of fear or with a greedy mindset cannot bring any blessing. Those who maintain the dominant mindset of accumulation in today's world invite problems and even disaster. For with this thought comes a strong affirmation of the fear of losing wealth. Their actions reveal a fear, and the loss they dread will surely manifest sooner or later. The worldly idea of prosperity is based on the erroneous idea of supply. One can have the correct idea that the source of wealth is spiritual, and yet have an incorrect idea of the constancy of provision as a spiritual substance that is always present and flowing freely. God does not clothe the lilies for a moment and then leave them at the mercy of scarcity. He provides the ongoing support necessary for their growth. We can be sure that He will clothe us much more and keep us clothed day by day according to our needs. When we doubt this and place our dependence on accumulated money instead, we close off the flow of divine provision. Thus, when our little accumulation is spent, stolen, or lost, we are like the prodigal son and begin to lack. Jesus owned not a square inch of land, yet He never lacked what He needed. Without accumulating treasures on earth, He was rich in His consciousness of the heavenly treasures within Himself, treasures ready to be manifested externally whenever He needed them. We know very well that sooner or later we will have to detach ourselves from our earthly possessions. This leads us to think about death and leaving the world behind, thus showing the powerful hold that this racial belief in worldly wealth has over our minds. Men can only think of detaching themselves from their material possessions in relation to death. They seem to prefer death rather than relinquish their idea of wealth. When they make that choice, they decree what will happen to them. This is why it is difficult for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. He has accumulated treasures on earth and not enough in the heavens. He has not allowed his mind to cling to the positive pole of wealth. The true idea of wealth clings to the negative side of the idea of wealth, and that side is always changing. Material things pass away unless they are firmly connected to the immutable and positive source. True wealth and true prosperity reside in the understanding that there is an omnipresent substance from which all things proceed, and that through the action of our mind we can unite with this substance so that the manifestations arising from it are in harmony with our desires and needs. Instead of recognizing the inexhaustible, eternal, and omnipresent nature of this substance, we have limited it in our thinking. We have thought there is only a finite amount of this substance and that it is better to rush to obtain our share. We have thought it necessary to be careful about how we spend it and to keep part for times of scarcity. By building this consciousness of limited supply, we have concluded that it is necessary to be economical and increasingly frugal. We begin to tighten our belts in our minds, and then our money becomes tight because, as we think in our minds, we manifest our affairs. This attitude of restriction obstructs the channel through which our substance comes into manifestation and hinders the unified flow of our supply. Then come depression, hard times, scarcity, and we wonder why, seeking some excuse, like the government, war, industry, or even the Lord, but never by chance do we place the blame where it belongs, on ourselves. The attitude of mental restriction worsens the situation, leading people into necessity. If people would relax in their minds, release their nerves and the muscles of their bodies, they would learn the cause of their tense and restrictive mental attitude and let it go. Then, the relief of the external condition will manifest as the internal condition has. Almost all of us have been educated in the belief that economy is important, even a virtue. We must save our money and have a bank account. Saving money is the recipe for success given by many of our wealthy men. This is not a bad idea. There must be money available in banks to carry out business and industry. By having a bank account, we contribute to the well-being of the community if we have the right idea. That is, that the Lord is our banker. The word miser comes from the Latin root from which miserable also derives and describes the state of those who love and accumulate money, land, or other material things. The stories told about misers are almost unbelievable, but almost every day, the press recounts the stories of the miseries into which misers put themselves to increase their wealth. Sometimes they let themselves starve to add a few dollars or even a few cents to their accumulation. Recently, newspapers reported on a miser from New York worth $11 million who goes from office to office in his large office buildings to collect used paper from wastebaskets, which he sells for a few cents. Another, almost as wealthy, does not buy himself a coat but keeps warm by lighting newspapers under his housecoat. These men are not only miserable themselves, but they also make everyone around them miserable. A New York newspaper talks about a miser worth millions who, upon his death, once saw thieves enter his house, but managed to leave without losing anything. You do not need to accumulate treasures for the future when you know that the law of omnipresent good provides for you from within. As you evolve in this inner law of spirit, you attract more and more good things from life. In your mind, see abundance everywhere. Yes, it can sometimes be difficult to overcome the thought that there is not enough, as this insidious thought has been in consciousness for a long time. But it can be done, it has been done, and others are doing it. The law of prosperity is not a theory, but a proven fact, as thousands of people can testify. Now is the time to open your mind and see abundance. As you do so, you will notice an increase in your supply. Deny any thought of scarcity from your mind and affirm the abundance of all good. The infinite substance that the infinite spirit has given you is now around you, but you must grasp it. It is like air, but you must breathe in the air to obtain it. It is up to you to take it, but you must take it. You should cultivate this wonderful power of the mind to know that all is abundant, and this power to seize the invisible substance in spirit, and through faith, manifest it. Acknowledge with Job that we have as much now in reality and truth as we have always had. There is no scarcity, lack, or depression with God. Do not be afraid, no matter how external appearances affect others. Keep your calm when everyone around you is losing theirs. Refuse to burden your mind with old material thoughts of economy to the point of denying what you truly need. Eliminate old limiting ideas. Affirm your freedom and your faith as a child of God. Do not spend or save foolishly. The farmer does not throw away his wheat. When you plant a field, you must know how much to sow per acre and not be stingy, for a stingy seed will produce a stingy harvest. Sow with abundance, but not extravagantly, and reap abundantly what you have sown. Whatever a man sows, that he will also reap. He who sows sparingly will also reap sparingly. He who sows generously will also reap generously. We cannot ignore that apparent scarcity and hard times are the result of mental states. We have such things in the manifest world because men have not aligned their actions with the divine principle. They have not used spiritual discernment when intervening in actions and properties. They seek the opinions of other men, sometimes from those who claim to be experts. Then come the collapses, and even the experts show how little they understand the true laws of wealth. We can turn to an expert who truly knows the law, for he has ordained it in the first place, and he is not far, but within ourselves. We can turn inward and meditate on these things in silence, and the Lord will direct our personal finances. He will show us how to obtain the maximum and give the maximum with our money, and ensure that we have what we need, lacking nothing for our good. This does not mean hoarded wealth or saved for a rainy day, but it will guarantee our supply for today, the only day that truly exists. Amen. As we believe in the consciousness of God as omnipresent life and substance, we no longer need to place our trust in accumulations of money or other goods. We are assured that the needs of each day will be met, and we do not deprive ourselves of the pleasure and peace of today to anticipate some future need that is entirely imaginary. In this consciousness, our life becomes divinely ordered, and there is balance in supply and finances as in everything else. We do not deprive ourselves of what we need today. We do not waste our substance foolishly, nor exhaust it unnecessarily. We neither prepare for nor anticipate adversity of any kind, for doing so not only invites adversity but also shows doubt in God and all His promises. Many people carry burdens and deprive themselves of what they have in their present to prepare for dark days that never come. When we look back, we find that most of our fears were unfounded, and that most of the things we dreaded never happened. However, the things we prepared for probably did happen, and did not find us completely ready, despite all our efforts in that direction. This should allow us to trust God now and rest in the positive certainty that He will provide each need as it arises. Things are never as bad as you think. Never allow yourself to be burdened with the thought that you are going through difficulties. You do not want a psychic structure of that kind, and you must not build it with those thoughts. You live in a new era. Yesterday is gone forever. Today is here for good. Something greater for man is unfolding now. Align yourself with the progress of thought in the new age and advance by overcoming the thought of scarcity. The kingdom of heaven is like a net cast into the sea and drawn in of every kind. Once it is full, it is brought ashore, and the good fish are collected in vessels while the bad are thrown away. The spirit of man is like a net that catches all kinds of ideas, and it is the privilege and duty of man, according to divine law, to separate the good from the bad. In this process, the currents of spiritual and selfless love that flow through the soul act as great purifiers, freeing the consciousness from thoughts of hate, scarcity, and poverty, and giving the substance of the Spirit free access to consciousness and affairs. In another parable, Jesus explained the same process as a separation of sheep and goats. When this divine current of love and spiritual understanding begins its work, we must make this separation. We put the sheep, good, obedient, and helpful thoughts, on the right, and we put the goats, stubborn, selfish, and useless thoughts, on the left. Each person must manage their own thoughts and overcome them by aligning them with the harmony and order of divine thought. There is infinite and omnipresent wisdom within us that will handle these thoughts and guide us in distinguishing between good and bad. When we fully trust in this intelligence, we can establish a connection between the conscious mind and the superconscious mind within us through meditation, silence, and speech. The superconscious mind in you discriminates between the types of nourishment you assimilate, controls your digestion, your breathing, and your heartbeat. It does all things well and will help you accomplish this important work of guiding you toward the thoughts you need to keep and those you need to reject. As you develop this mind within you, you will discover that you can gradually entrust more and more of your affairs to its perfect discrimination. Nothing is too great for it to handle, nor is anything too trivial for it to manage with perfection and promptness. This divine spirit will guide you perfectly, even in the smallest details of your life, if you allow it. But you must want to do its will and trust it in all your ways. It will unfailingly guide you to health, happiness, and prosperity, as it has done and does for thousands of people, as long as you follow it. It is as necessary to rid ourselves of old thoughts and conditions once they have served their purpose as it is to grasp new ideas and create new conditions to meet our needs. Indeed, we can only grasp new ideas and create new conditions when we have made room for them by eliminating the old. If we think we cannot get rid of the goats, we will have to do so with fewer sheep. If we insist on filling the containers with bad fish, we will have to do without the good ones. We learn that thoughts are things and occupy space in the mind. We cannot have new or better thoughts in a place already cluttered with old, weak, and ineffective thoughts. A mental cleaning is just as necessary, if not more so, than material cleaning, as the outside is merely a reflection of the inside. Clean the inside of the dish where food is kept, just as you clean the outside that people see. Jesus taught that old thoughts must be denied, and that the mind must be cleansed in preparation before the affirmed consciousness of Christ can enter. Our mind, and even our body, are filled with erroneous thoughts. Every cell is imbued with thought, and every cell has its own consciousness. Through denial, we break through the outer crust, the material thought that envelops the cells, and we access the substance and life that lie within them. We then come into contact with that substance and life that our denials have brought to the surface, and through them, we express the positive and constructive side of the law. When we systematically deny the limitations of the material, we begin to reveal the spiritual law that waits within us to be fulfilled. When this law reveals itself to our consciousness, we begin to use it to manifest all good things. This is the state of consciousness that Jesus had, the consciousness of Christ. Every person has a defined work to accomplish in the realization of the divine law of spiritual evolution. The law is put into action by our thought, and is continually sustained by our thought while developing our soul. Within us lie the great potentialities of the Spirit, which, when put into action, enable us to be, do, or have anything we desire. Consciousness tells us that each of us possesses enough energy within to direct a universe if we knew how to release and control it. We perform this release through a process of letting go and renouncing the old or what has had its time and is no longer useful, and through new ideas and inspirations coming from the superconscious mind. Jesus told Peter that whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. He was not speaking of a geographical earth or a heavenly place called heaven, but he was explaining to Peter the law of the Spirit. The conscious mind is merely the negative pole of a very positive realm of thought, this positive realm of thought that Jesus called the kingdom of heaven. It is absolutely not a place but the free activity of the superconscious spirit of man. Everything we bind or limit on earth in the conscious mind will be bound or limited in the ideal or heavenly realm, and everything we loose and free in the conscious mind on earth will be loosed and freed in the ideal or heavenly realm. In other words, what you affirm or deny in your conscious mind determines the character of the activities of the overmind. All power is given to you both in heaven and on earth through your thought. We must choose carefully which thoughts we will release in the mind and which thoughts we will bind, for they will manifest in our affairs. As a man thinks in himself, so is he, and whatever a man sows in the mind, that he will also reap in manifestation. We must loose all thoughts of scarcity and insufficiency in the mind and let them go, just as Jesus commanded to do with the wrappings that bound Lazarus. Loose him. Some people are like fish in the sea, asking where the water is in the presence of spiritual abundance, crying out where money will come from, how to pay the bills, whether we will have food or clothing or other needs. Abundance is here everywhere, and when you have opened the eyes of the Spirit within yourself, you will see it and rejoice in it. We shape the omnipresent substance with our minds and make of it all the things our minds conceive. If we conceive scarcity and poverty, we shape that. If we visualize with a generous eye, we shape abundance from the ever-present substance. There may be no step more important in spiritual development than the one we take here. We must learn to let go, to renounce, to make room for the things we have prayed for and desired. This is called renunciation or elimination, a sacrifice that may seem to some like merely giving up and rejecting the old thoughts that have placed us where we are, and replacing them with new ideas that promise to improve our condition. If the new ideas do not hold that promise, we in turn reject them for others, relying on what we will eventually find the right ideas that will bring what we desire. We always want something better than what we have. This is the momentum of progress, development, and growth. Just as children outgrow their clothes, we outgrow our ideals and ambitions by expanding our horizon of life as we progress. There must be a constant elimination of the old to keep pace with this growth. When we cling to old ideas, We hinder our progress or stop it completely. Metaphysicians refer to this process of elimination as denial. Denial is often the first step. It sweeps away debris and makes space for the new tenant brought to the mind by affirmation. It would not be wise to eliminate old thoughts unless we know there are higher and better thoughts to replace them. But we should not fear this, for we know the divine truth that God is the source of all good, and that all good things can be ours through the love and grace of Jesus Christ. None of us has reached that supreme place in consciousness where we completely abandon the material man and live in the Spirit as Jesus did. But we have an idea of this life, and his example shows that it is possible. We will attain it when we escape mortality. This does not mean we must die to free ourselves from mortality, for it is merely a state of consciousness. We die every day, and are reborn through the process of eliminating the thought that we are material and replacing it with the truth that we are spiritual. One of the great discoveries of modern science is that every atom of what is called the material universe contains vital elements in abundance. God is life and spirit, and he is in every atom. We release this quality of spiritual life by denying the envelope of materiality that surrounds the cells and affirming that they are spirit and life. This is the new birth. It first manifests as a conception in the mind, followed by a realization in the body and in affairs. We all want better economic conditions. This is how we achieve them, by denying the old thoughts of lack of money and affirming the new thought of spiritual abundance that manifests everywhere. Each choice of scriptures illustrates a phase of mental action and can be applied to each individual life according to the most pressing need at the moment of perception. If you do not seek the mental lesson when reading the scriptures, you only receive the mere outer shell of truth. However, if you correctly understand the characters in the narrative, knowing that they represent ideas in your own mind, you can follow them in your various movements and find the way to resolve all the problems of your life. This does not mean that the study of the written scriptures will alone solve your problems unless you reach the understanding of the true scriptures, the Bible of the ages, the book of life in your own consciousness. But a study of the external symbols as they appear in the written scriptures can and should provide you with the understanding of the truth of being. In every person we find the conflicting ideas represented by the children of Israel and the Philistines, who are in conflict day and night. We call these conflicting thoughts truth and error. When we awaken spiritually, we place ourselves on the side of truth, knowing that the thoughts of truth are the chosen of the Lord, the children of Israel. Yet the thoughts of error sometimes seem so real and formidable that we tremble and shrink in fear in their presence. We know that truth will ultimately prevail, but we postpone victory to a future time, saying that error is so great and powerful that we cannot confront it now. We will wait until we have gathered more strength. Then we must stand still and affirm the salvation of the Lord. Ideas do not hold the same importance. Some are great and powerful, while others are small and weak. There are aggressive and dominant ideas that exploit their power and, through threats of disaster, frighten us into submitting to their evil kingdom. These dominant ideas of error always have an argument to impress us: the fear of consequences if we dare to step out and confront them openly. This fear of contrary ideas, even when we know they are erroneous, seems to be woven into our very mental fabric. This fear is symbolized by Goliath's spear, which, as the story goes, was like a weaver's beam. What is the most feared thought in the minds of men today? It is not the power of money. It is not the greatest Philistine, Goliath, in their consciousness. It is the same whether you are on the side of the Philistines and succeed in your finances from a material standpoint, or if you are with the Israelites and tremble in your poverty. The daily appearance of this giant, Goliath, the power of money, is greatly feared. Neither the Philistines nor the Israelites possess the promised land. Neither is at peace or happy with any security as long as this dominating giant displays its strength and issues its challenges. This erroneous idea asserts that it is stronger than the Lord of Israel and must be defeated before all other thoughts of error can be expelled from your consciousness, so that the consciousness of abundance, the promised land of milk and honey, can enter. The entire world trembles before this gigantic idea of error, the belief that money is the reigning power. The nations of the world are under this power, as men think that money is power. Both the rich and the poor are slaves to this idea. Kings and great men of the earth bow down and shrink before the kings of money. This is because man has given this power to money through his erroneous thinking. He has made a golden calf and now prostrates himself before it to worship instead of making it serve. He has called it master and has become its slave. The rule of this mad giant has been disastrous, and its end is approaching rapidly. The first step to freeing your mind from this gigantic scarecrow is a clear perception of your right as a child of God. You know that you should not place other gods or powers above the true God. You also know that you should not be under the power of anything in the heavens, above or on the earth below, for you have been given dominion over all. You will never find a better moment to realize the truth of who you are and what your rights are. There has never been a more precise moment to seek a new and better state of consciousness. If you fear the vain Philistine giant, like many around you, start seeking a path now. Just as David did to give his flesh to the birds of the air. There is a way, a right path that cannot fail, and it is your duty to find it. Follow every step of the path symbolically and beautifully laid out in chapter 17 of 1 Samuel. The name David means beloved of the Lord, and David represents your right perception of your privileges as a child of God. God does not want you to be a slave to anything in the universe. The threat of this Goliath, the power of money, holds no terror for you in this consciousness. You have a sweet perception of the truth, and you launch it directly at the center of its fleshly thought, its forehead. The weight of its shield and armor does not intimidate you, for you see them for what they are, an empty and foolish spectacle, vulnerable in many places to the true ideas with which you are armed. Even the staunchest defenders of the power of money will admit that it is a tyrant, and that they would not let it govern their world if they could avoid it. In the end, it almost always destroys its friends. Any man who becomes a slave to money ends up being crushed by it. On the other side, there are entire armies of righteous people, Christians who, like the army of Israel, believe this giant cannot be defeated. They wait for reinforcements, something bigger and stronger physically to conquer this enemy, forgetting that the battle is the Lord's. You allow yourself to be intimidated by this giant when it comes out each day to impress you with its bluster and threats. This must not be so. You do not have to continue living in fear. There is a small idea in your mind that can kill it. Perhaps you have not considered this small idea to be of great importance. Maybe you have kept it in the solitary reserve of your spiritual consciousness, watching over the sheep that are your innocent thoughts. Now, let this David arise, this perception of your rightful place in the divine mind. Have a clear idea of what your true place in creation is and what your privileges are. For a moment, think that God has commanded that men should not escape the terrible bondage of harsh conditions. Of course not. That would be an injustice, and God is just above all. It is your privilege to step out at any time and accept the challenge of this Pharaoh. The Lord has been with you in destroying the fear of sin and disease, the lion and the bear, and will still be with you in destroying the fear of poverty, symbolized by Goliath. The battle is the Lord's, and he is with us to deliver us from the hand of the Philistines. The weapons of the man of the Lord are not carnal. He does not wage war as the world does not use steel or bronze armor, protection of selfishness and weapons of oppression. He goes with the simplicity of justice, knowing that his innocence is his defense. He uses only his shepherd's sling and smooth stones, words of truth. It is the will and words of truth that send the Philistines into retreat, and many mock the idea of using words to overcome conditions. But words accomplish their work where they are sent, and the great mass of materiality collapses before their sure aim. We know that money was made for man, not man for money. No man should be a slave to his brother man or bow down before him to obtain money, which is the servant of all equally. We are not bound to the wheel of work and endless effort day after day to appease the God of riches on its own terms. We are the children of the living God, who, like a loving Father, is here among us, where we can claim him as our support and resource in the conditions he lovingly reveals. When we recognize this and denied that day, the Lord delivered that proud Philistine into our hands, and the victory is ours. Praise be to God. The 5 smooth stones chosen by David from the brook represent 5 irrefutable statements of truth. These affirmations, coming from a confident spirit, aware of its cause and spiritual strength, will crush Goliath's forehead, the giant of error. The statements are as follows: I am the beloved of the Lord. He is with me in all my just words, and they accomplish that for which they were sent. My cause is just, for it is my divine right that all that the Father has made available to his children is provided to me. I dissolve in my own mind and in the minds of others any thought that what belongs to me can be withheld. What is mine comes to me by the assured law of God, and in my clear perception of the truth, I welcome it. I'm not afraid of poverty, and I have obligations to no one. My opulent Father has poured out all resources upon me, and I am a mighty channel of abundance. I own nothing selfishly, but all things of existence are mine to use and with divine wisdom to offer to others. Do not remain in poverty out of fear of lack, and by practicing a pinched economy. If you believe that all the Father has is yours, then there is no reason to be frugal. This will expand both your mind and your world, just as the understanding that all is yours. When you realize the unlimited nature of your spiritual inheritance, nothing will be lacking in your world. Look with a generous eye, for the one who has a generous eye will be blessed. This passage establishes an exact law, the law of increase. Religious leaders of the past have propagated the belief that it is a Christian duty to be poor and that poverty is a virtue. This is absolutely not the doctrine of Jesus. He fully accepted, without reservations or restrictions, the proposition that God is our resource and that the Father has provided all things for his children. He is often described as poor, having no place to lay his head. Yet he had a parental home in Nazareth and was joyfully welcomed in the homes of both the rich and poor throughout Palestine. He dressed like a rabbi, and his garments were so rich and precious that the Roman soldiers coveted the seamless robe he wore and cast lots for it. Abundance in the kingdom of God, where everything necessary manifests, does not come through hard work, but through the realization of truth. Jesus rarely needed money, as he returned from money to the idea it represents and dealt with money in the realm of idea. Our government stands behind all our paper dollars, otherwise they would have no value. God is behind every material symbol, and it is in God and not in the symbol that we must place our faith. He is behind our requests for food, clothing, and everything we may need or desire. Jesus says that all we must do is ask with faith in his name, believing that we will receive and have, and we should not hesitate to ask for much, for God can give much as easily as he can give little.